Good morning.
Morning, Julian.
How are you?
How are you doing?
Fine.
We only have one more day and then we survive.
Well, we are surviving anyway. Well, yesterday was a long day, and
I was telling my wife last night, and she didn't understand it, that I am now trained in saying there is no guarantee for the base funding, and that's true also for her.
that's true for all of us. Okay. Good morning, Nick.
True. Good morning,
Good
Julian.
morning.
Good morning, everyone.
So, yes, indeed. So I just want to warn you that
what?
We're all on edge. You're going to warn us about something.
Yeah, you wanted to warn us on what?
I think we have lost. Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Wolfgang.
Good morning.
So let me just remember you all that we are being live streamed on YouTube, okay?
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
So we will not have.
So we will meet at the afterwards.
We're on our best behavior.
No dirty jokes.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Egbert-Jan.
Morning. I'm still having my coffee.
Very good.
Good morning.
So we are now letting the first representatives from the Alto CoLab to enter the session. Okay, so may I ask Professor João Castro?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Yes, please.
Oh, Nuno Pedro is already okay. So we have another Nuno Pedro. Do you have two machines you need two machines to be in this Zoom? No? Okay. So we will just keep.
I don't think so. Perhaps I tried to connect with the browser and also with the app.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will start our day very soon with a proposal for collaborative laboratory in eco-materials innovation from mine and industrial waste. So you may start when you feel ready. When you are at 5 minutes from the end, I will let you know.
Thank you very much.
I can just stop sharing my screen so that you may. All right. Yes, we can see it very well, the presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much again. Good morning, Margarida. Good morning, everyone. My name is João Castro Gomes, and I am a full professor at the University of Beira Interior. I research upcycling wastes into innovative binders and materials and the storage of CO2 in materials. I am very pleased to be here today to tell you about the Alto CoLab Ecomaterials C proposal. And this presentation will be given by myself, by Professor João Leitão, also from the University of Beira Interior, and Dr. Nuno Pedro from ICOVI Municipal Company. Global consumption of materials is expected to double in the next 40 years, and annual waste generation is expected to increase by 70% in the next 30 years. The Alto CoLab priorities are following the sustainable development goals, such as ensuring sustainable consumption and production patterns to promote circular economy related to mines and extractive industry waste and closure. The European Green Deal is Europe's new plan for sustainable growth. Thus, the European Green Deal framework. In the European Green Deal framework, the Alto CoLab will identify the best opportunities representing lower global warming potential impacts. The Alto CoLab also fit the new European Bauhaus initiative by adopting co-creation with economical actors, consumers, citizens, and civil society organizations. In Portugal, climate change is increasingly a national priority since the Mediterranean region represents itself as a hotspot, more vulnerable to climate change effects. Given Portugal's geographic characteristics and natural resources, mineral resources, the country has the potential to work as a demo lab and to test and demonstrate technologies that can be replicated at a global level, including developed and in developing countries. All of these align with several national measures and plans for the decarbonization of the industrial sector and in collaboration with other existing CoLabs, such as Build CoLab, C5 CoLab, SECO CoLab, and Net4CO2 Lab. Alto CoLab aims to solve large-scale and complex problems related to mine and industrial waste using smart and environmental technologies, namely accelerated carbonation and alkali activation. That support the value proposal competitive advantage. Such technologies can be used individually or combined as it opens scientific borders, since it can expand research and applicability of other kinds of wastes. Either each represents low CO2 emission or even zero or negative emissions, water consumption savings, or even zero potable water consumption and wastewater recycling instead. Higher efficiency of production cycles, namely up to 10 times faster production cycles. And in general, longer product life due to more extended product durability. Those are just part of Alto CoLab system competitive advantage to provide different ecomaterials and technologies. Alto CoLab approach is based on a quintuple innovation helix framework, promoting university, industry, government, public environment interactions within a knowledge economy. Also, the CoLab will set an interdisciplinary and multi-institutional framework. Disciplines include engineering, data science, design, and a diverse group of partners organizations that not only reinforce the traditional science-industry interface, but promote co-creation and open innovation and practical solutions with social economical impact using an holistic and symbiotic approach. The promoters of the Alto CoLab have great expertise in the scientific and technical domains involved, more than 20 years experience. They will have the support of several research centers, particularly at the University of Beira Interior, and the Polytechnic Institute of Porto Alegre. The University of Beira Interior is further north, and the Polytechnic Institute further south, in the 2 points represented in the map, with the active participation of 20 researchers. The Alto CoLab focus on developing new knowledge and technical capabilities in Covilhã and Porto Alegre cities. Covilhã, where is located one of the largest tungsten mines in the world, and is also located CIMAID Research Center and NES Research Center and co-working space. Porto Alegre, where multiple extractive industries are located, and is also located the BioBip and Valoriza research units, and Alentejo Science and Technology Park. The Alto CoLab aims to bring new value to this region full of resources and develop know-how within this region that will produce economic advantage in terms of sustainability and knowledge transfer. Besides, the Alto CoLab brings the opportunity to create even more prototypes, designs, and business opportunities. Well, regarding the work plan structure, we will follow a collaborative methodology inspired by the new European Bauhaus initiative, consisting of three main dimensions: co-design, delivery, and dissemination, following a phase of consolidation and sustainability. CoLab design will start by establishing the bootstrapping team and aims to shape the concept to set up the CoLab in a co-creation process. And the CoLab delivery, dissemination and ecosystem, consolidation and the sustainability will develop a framework of deliveries to the implementation of the activities and a strategy to scale up and grow. As well, dissemination plan and business development based on a roadmap for funding raising strategy. The work plan is divided in 5 work packages as presented in the proposal. The Alto CoLab eco material system is formed by several delivery units. The first one, upcycle, targets recovery, upgrade, and extraction of valuable resources from mine and industrial waste streams. It also aims waste materials composition, multi-scale characterization, including preparation and environmental processing of wastes. Additionally, the upcycling includes smart selection of various other byproducts of different industries' waste streams, including steel and iron manufacturing, coal and biomass combustion, construction and demolition waste, glass, and food industry waste. Upcycling will work on the properties of the raw materials, microstructure, characterization, and exploration of emerging waste upcycling and processing technologies. The value unit recovers and valorizes CO2 from biomass energy production and provides it for material development, including testing new approaches for CO2 absorbent ecomaterials and technologies. To be in line with the upcycling targets, the CO2 sorbents will be prepared from waste, industrial waste, such as cement kiln dust, steel and iron slag, biomass waste, waste glass, recycled concrete, as well as waste from mining activities and food industry. The CO2 capture absorbents, as we call it, will also be designed to improve mechanical and durability performance related properties, such as capillary absorption, porosity, shrinkage, and properties related to the resistance to microbial colonization and degradation. Design will focus on the development of self-properties-based design technologies with mine and industrial waste. The design unit will develop diverse activities, some more traditional, not mentioned here, and others more innovative, such as the determination of the shelf shielding, or the opposite, properties of the developed materials. Development of cements to act as self-sensing materials that can monitor their own setting. Development of anti-corrosion coatings for protection of material surface, like pipelines offshore or coastal structures. Development of multifunctional fire protection panels, materials with enhanced and tailored thermal properties made from foam, chemical materials, and carbonated materials, among others. Smart Library aims at creating waste materials, composition database, and molecular modeling waste processing technology to tailor the properties of secondary raw materials. As well, it covers material classification and traceability, environmental and life cycle assessment, trends and risk analysis. The activities of Smart Library envision the development of a database from mine waste and byproducts, molecular composition, with reliable and updated data on the presence of molecules with relevant properties for the new materials, anti-corrosion, antifungal, antibacterial, fire resistant, and so on. It also comprises molecular design and simulation-based software infrastructure to simulate the composites with atomic resolution and make these tools accessible to the users via the internet. The SMITE library also focuses on the progress of a method to monitor the progress of materials and demand in a life cycle assessment principle. And finally, from the set of units, lodges aim to strengthen the transfer of knowledge and as well to consider and access possible collaboration to ensure an optimal dissemination of results. It envisions the creation of a sustainable living lab for knowledge exchange and technology transfer. It aims putting forward co-creation initiatives and prototyping and promoting community building and networking. Also, it aims to investigate other methods of upcycling as well as search for other ways and new opportunities of development. In this context, the CoLab also aims to develop studies and research on those and related areas with other national and international research units.
Good morning, that's my turn. To all the members of the panel, my name is João Leitão. I am acting as Associate Professor at the Department of Management and Economics of the University of Beira Interior. My research interests include entrepreneurship, innovation, and sustainable business model. Concerning the governance of the Alto CoLab, we can identify two different levels. The first one concerning the top management level, and the second one at an operational level, including operations, communication, and financial. The CoLab leader and the co-promoters will constitute a management board on a high-level roundtable advisory board for consulting purposes. This management board will designate two directors for research and innovation and business development. And the management team will also include 3 managers for operations, financial, and communications. Concerning the human resources plan, as you can notice, there is a positive evolution from year 1 to year 6 with a total variation of plus 26 qualified human resources. This CoLab will have a team of collaborators from the participating entities at partial time and a team of CoLab contracted employees at full time. This same team will include senior and doctorate researchers that will supervise the junior researcher. It should be stressed also that each knowledge domain will have one coordinator and that horizontal resources for innovation and business development, communication, sales, and marketing, research and operational management, and finance will be contracted to join our team. Concerning the financial plan, as you can observe in the graph, the funding strategy is based on 2 types of funding, the public and the private one. And it relies on the following 3 sources. 1/3 coming from core public funding, 1/3 coming from public national or European competitive funding that we intend to apply, and 1/3 coming from capital from Alto CoLab member entities and self-financing resulting from activities and services that we are going to present next. Our portfolio of services and products and the revenues associated can be presented according to 5 categories: advisory services, prototyping and trials, intellectual property licensing, design and product development, and education and training. And as you can see, in all the 6 years of planning, the most proeminent one is the one concerning to advisory services. 5 minutes. The CoLab will provide sustainable solutions for a diversified set of industries, including the one, as was previously mentioned by João Castro Gomes, the recyclable materials. A special word is due also to new business initiatives that will be pursued through the exploitation of knowledge produced in this CoLab. We should outline the role played by technological entrepreneurship, including spin-off companies, startups, and the integration of products in third-party companies portfolio, since they will promote, on the one hand, new employment, and on the other hand, spillover effects originating from the best practices of this CoLab. Let me just make a set of additional remarks concerning the cost structures. As you can see, the human resources costs will play a decisive role, in the sense that they have a weight of 94% of the total costs of this CoLab. Concerning the evolution, the comparative evolution of the operational cash flows without incentive coming from the National Science Foundation or with incentive, we can observe that starting from the year 3, we are catching accumulated positive cash flows. And this is the basis for the next evaluation. Considering two simple scenarios. Scenario A, without incentive, we found a negative net present value as well as a negative internal profitability rate. When we simulate scenario B, considering the incentive coming from the National Science Foundation, the decision is based on a positive net present value and an interesting internal profitability rate that reaches amount to 108%. So the decision is to implement the project.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nuno Pedro. I'm the CEO of Ecovi. And regarding the Alto CoLab eco-material systems, we think it will empower the communities with the tools to tackle global challenges and to create resilience and prosperity. By engaging with organizations in other regions, Alto CoLab will facilitate future replication of the eco-material system into different cultural, innovative, and productive ecosystems at a global level, including developed and developing countries. The potential impact of the Alto CoLab would be at the regional, with regional development and environment and servitization. The economic valorization of Alto CoLab is potentially secured due to the strategy at the regional level. Development of process, materials, and sustainable and innovative systems with more added value for industry and the region. The Alto CoLab will have a direct economic impact first and foremost on the industry with recyclable materials. And with the goal to readapt those residual materials, it will also impact on the regional economy, giving the possibility for other mine industry to start new environmental solutions that answer to the problems created directly by waste with severe consequences known to groundwater quality. The valorization of CO2 and the water reuse also creates a well-functioning market with low carbon products and works towards a neutral carbon economy. The actions that lead to efficient use of resources, including the valorization of mineral resources in the region, as well as the decarbonization and the reduction of the other negative impacts on the environment, will be sources for new raw materials and will be addressing the sustainable solutions for multiple sectors of industry, as the CoLab will be growing to find solutions, improving technology and knowledge.
1 minute.
Sorry?
1 minute.
Okay, thus it will also prove to be fundamental in the progressive servitization of these industries, allowing them to thrive by creating value. The Alto CoLab brings also added value and global competitiveness in terms of economic value. While this project has the power to stimulate the region economy, it also creates more highly qualified human resources positions within a circular and climate neutral economy, bringing more competitive and sustainable product opportunities to the regional, national, and global market. It has also a social value. The Alto CoLab offers the possibility for better living conditions due to reduced mining impact for the population that lives nearby and the reduction of pollution due to the valorization of CO2. And also, it brings also cultural value, as this project is a great opportunity for more environmental and visual solutions for mining exploitations working in the central region of Portugal since 1911. This project can also create not only the concept, but the chance for sustainable and more earth-friendly culture in Portugal that can migrate to different areas, for example, looking for solutions for food waste and other residues. Thank you very much and see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right on time. So the questions and answers is now open.
I
When
can start with that one.
Yeah.
I have two bundles of questions, but first, thank you for the presentation, the multi-team or the team presentation really, and the clear slides. I think using all the mining materials and industrial waste materials, especially in Portugal, is quite important if you find good solutions for it instead of dumping them. But I do have some questions. First, the questions on the content, and then you can give a reaction, and then the question on the financing. On the content, the larger thing, those circles you presented, the larger thing, I think that's an important one, the maintaining the network. But the upcycling and the design, I did have a question, is that really that interesting? Because if waste materials is valuable, the companies themselves will do that. So why give it to a CoLab to do the research on that one when it is valuable for the companies, unless it is waste and then it's not valuable. So I really wonder whether you really can create a position there. On the CO2, realize that there is already a CO2 CoLab, Net for CO2, which is really world-class level. So I don't think you can do much there in it. So I was wondering what do you want to do with the CO2 really compared to what they are doing already. And then regarding the smart library, yeah, if you make it as a CoLab, it's probably going to be available in the public domain, but there is a lot available already on the internet on that one. So either it's going to be a very research one thing, which could be better than at the university, this research funding, and why in a CoLab. So those are some doubts I had on the different aspects you came up. The second part is really to do with the financing. In the document itself, I just couldn't follow it. It was unreadable, the figures. I did a short calculation, however, on the slide you now present, which is better followable to follow. But I was really wondering, at year 4, you make a statement that you have roughly about 1 million turnover, in which a lot of money, 2/3 is really from competitive funding and CoLab funding, and 1/3 is from services. But if you have a look at the other presentation or the other slide on the revenues, I do a short calculation. I easily come up not to 1/3 of 1 million, but which is about 300, but really 600 in services. So I couldn't follow that one really there. How to interpret that? And my final question is, if you have a business case with a net present value on using waste material of minus to 20K compared to a very valuable, very profitable business case, if public money is put to you and all of a sudden you get a net present value of 1 million thanks to public money, I doubt whether that will be something taxpayers would like to see, that every company with a net present value business case of 0 or around 0 compared to one with a lot of public money all of a sudden becomes profitable. That's putting the horse behind the wagon, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much for your questions. I will answer regarding the content. I think if I explain to you why the upcycling is needed, you will understand as well why design and smart library is needed too. You see, the mining companies, each mining companies has different wastes, and the wastes are not the same. And in fact, you cannot do much with wastes that are just silica and alumina, for example, because they might not be reactive. So you need to upcycle it. You need to make it reactive. or at least to improve the reactivity of these wastes. Otherwise, you have just waste. Perhaps you can take out the silica and sell it to someone else, but you don't do much with it. You have to dump it and close the mine. But if you look at the wastes if you look at it as a possibility to combine it with other wastes from other industries and make it reactive, then it has a value for you. Okay, so this is the concept of the Alto CoLab. We aim a symbiotic approach regarding the waste reuse. We aim that the mining companies should look to the companies, the other industries that produce other sorts of waste, that when combined together, they can be used to make hybrid cements, not hydrated cements, not alkali activated cements, and not carbonated cements or materials, but hybrid in English, hybrid in American cements. It means that we will have complex matrix that have, in general, lower global warming impacts when compared with traditional cements, such as Portland cement. We have complex matrix, hybrid matrix, and this is the way of this is the let's say the value proposal of the CoLab. That you look to.
Otherwise, you will have one answer. You have to speed up. You have to speed up.
Okay, I have to speed up. Did I make myself clear? And for example, you mentioned net for CO2. Net for CO2 aims to capture and capture CO2 and mineralize it on ground. We aim to use CO2 taking advantage of the waste chemical composition. If wastes have calcium and magnesium, they can absorb CO2, and we can improve the.
You know about net for CO2.
Yes, I know.
As CoLab, and also realize that there is a cement CoLab which does the same thing on how to make use of cement and make cement out of more bio-based components and all the things.
Yes.
Okay. But, now the financial discussion, please.
Thank you.
Okay, if I am allowed, just make a brief clarification that please apologize to all the members of the panel, but we noticed that in the report that was delivered, it was used an incorrect measurement unit in thousands. That's the main justification for not having a clear picture as I am seeing the final report. But concerning your two remarks, I do agree that perhaps this is a too optimistic vision concerning the financial planning. But what we want to demonstrate is that the incentive coming from the National Science Foundation, although it is clearly important for the viability of this project of CoLab, we can use instead our access to competitive funding, and this is one of the free sources of the services that you identified, but also procurement coming from the partners of the CoLab, the present and the future one, and also from interested firms. And of course, outsource its service.
Let me make a point there because that's important. Are you telling me that you want to stamp and you would like to have what you call incentive, is the base funding from FCT, but you don't mind if it doesn't come?
What I state here is that we do mind with that incentive, but we are prepared for reaching alternative sources of financing. That's why perhaps it is too optimistic from our side, okay? And if I'm allowed to, I would like to justify also the use of the net present value. I do agree with your vision, but our main purpose, it was to contrast two scenarios. Scenarios where the implementation should not be possible, and a scenario which is, in this case, too optimistic, that we can create the conditions for having a positive net present value, having a vision of shared risk including the public partner, in this case FCT, and private partners coming from firms, other type of public offices that are with us, as the case of ECOVI, which is, of course, a firm that is associated with the local municipality of Covilhã, but is run like a private firm.
Okay, okay. Maybe
That's,
some of my colleagues
that's
have
our
some
main
questions as
motivation.
well. I follow you. You're thinking now. I understand them. It's one of the first times someone really used net present value in the calculation. So thank you for that one. But it also makes clear a discussion, which I try to get across a little bit, that it is a very positive budget you present.
Yes.
Maybe Helen wants to ask a question.
Yes, yes, a complementary questions, because you already answered some of them of mine. It's about governance. The governance organization that you had in the proposal was quite unclear to me, and the one you gave today in your slide is yet so ambiguous. For instance, you have you have managers, you have 3 managers, and below somehow you have directors on the same kind of things, operations and research and innovation director below, and financial, and then business development below. So I would like to understand what is the difference between these people in their role, and the second, where is the CEO in some sense of your CoLab?
Okay. Thank you so much for your question. As I stated during the presentation, perhaps this is due to the design used in our presentation. But the main motivation for using this design is to stress the importance of having a governance model associated with the community needs. That is using an open innovation approach. That is the external stakeholders participating in the decision process of the CoLab. That's our main motivation, but 2 clear levels: top management level, where it will be the CEO, which is supported by the advisory board, and then the 3 managers to what I call the operational level. Okay, so that's the clarification that in this case I can make to your question.
Yes, but what about the directors?
Yes, the directors will be integrated in these 3 units, and will be the responsible for each unit, and they will answer to the CEO of the CoLab.
So
there are a lot of research and innovation managers, 6 in the year of 5. So you have a lot of chiefs and not so many Indians. It looks.
Yeah, so if you can yet clarify a little bit this governance schema would be.
Yeah,
in 2 levels, I understand the 2 levels, but 3, no, I don't.
Yeah, the 3rd level is concerning like a product manager, in this case, product service manager, that we will have according to the activities that the CoLab will be developing, and this should be flexible in terms of the services that we are going to outsource according to the needs identified by our external partners. One choose here is about the portfolio of services. Another one will be the services that are going to be pulled by our external stakeholders. So in order to clarify again, if it is possible, so a CEO, the directors, and then the product service managers.
We have 1 minute left.
Okay, maybe a last questions about funding and relations with other collabs. First of all, what if can you provide us in the next days something which give a more realistic view of the ICT, of FCT funding, with somehow reasonable amount, and what a scenario where it is maybe delayed if you can not have it right at the beginning. Okay, and we already have the scenario B without scenario A without incentive, so this is okay. But you see, these two visions would be very useful too. And do you have yes?
I'm sorry, but we have just finished the time. So I would just kindly ask for this question to be included in the.
No problem. So this was not really a question.
Okay.
Can I just say 30
so just
seconds?
for the CoLab to be, rest assured that you will have the opportunity to answer this question to the panel. Okay.
Okay. Well.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much. It was a good start in the day.
Very much.
We will.
Thank you.
We will have our first break of this morning, just 5 minutes, and then we will move to the next application. Okay. Thank you. See you in a bit.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're just trying to change some settings.
Okay, so we will again resume with our presentations. Now we will have the CoLab for Technological Innovation in Culture. When you feel that you have everything set, you may start.
Do you want me to share? Okay, so we are online
Yes.
now. So good morning, members of the jury and the remaining audience. I don't know if you are seeing my presentation.
Not at the moment.
No? Check some technical issues here.
That's it.
Now?
Okay,
Thank you.
yes, just full display settings above. Yeah, just display settings. Next to it, on the top menu, you have.
Yeah, but I don't
showcase
see
bar.
that menu. I know what you mean, but I don't see.
Okay.
That's strange.
Okay, so just scroll down. That's okay. So that you don't take much more time. I mean, we can see the slide, but we can also see a little bit of the next slide. So
yeah, I know.
Disable annotations for early.
What? Oh, this is very strange.
It's okay, we can do that. The slide looks a bit small, but it still works.
Yeah.
Just go on. Just go on. Yeah. Now you.
Okay.
Can you see now? No.
Yes. I mean, yes, we can. Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, so we will start now.
Thank you very much. I will be presenting the Think CoLab, which stands for the CoLab for the technological innovation in culture. And with me, I have two representatives of two of the founders of the CoLab. I have Pedro Machado from NOS Communications, who is the director of new businesses, and Maria Miguel Ferreira, representing the Ministry of Culture, that has 5 of its general directorates and organisms also as founding members of the CoLab. So I'll start by giving you some context on why we believe this is the right time to launch this project. So the market of cultural and creative industries has been growing significantly, both in Portugal and in Europe. And in the European Union, it represents over 600 billion euros of turnover, and it represents over 4% of the GDP. And the growth has been always above the growth of the remaining part of the economy. It represents also around 8 million employees. In Portugal, the size is similar, although it's below, in terms, the relative size is similar, although it's slightly below in terms of GDP percentage, but the growth has been higher than in the remaining countries of the European Union. Nevertheless, this sector in Portugal has been characterized by a large number of small, medium, nano or micro enterprises. Most of these companies, although they have highly qualified professionals, they are undercapitalized. But at the same time, there are lots of different opportunities that have been arising in the last few years. And some of these opportunities have been expressed and are in the different recommendations. For example, a very recent recommendation by the European Commission for common data space for cultural heritage that established very concrete targets in terms of the digitalization of cultural goods, targeting 16 million digital goods until 2030 for the European Union countries. In Portugal, the same targets have been established, and there are also some intermediate targets for 2025. and the funding for these activities are going to come from the Recovery and Resilience Program with 93 million euros investment in digitalization. So this digitalization will not only provide a means for the conservation and the accession for the digital cultural goods, but also it will allow the development of novel tools that will promote a better experience of the public, but also the application of artificial intelligence and other tools that will for sure lead us for what we would call the digitalization 2.0 in the cultural sector. So the mission of the Think CoLab is to place Portugal as a relevant player in the digital transformation of culture and arts. And this is related with the dynamics of creation, access, distribution, preservation, discovery, exploration, and enjoyment of art and cultural assets. So what we have as a pillar, as a basis, is the digitalization, and the development of technological tools. But in terms of impact and ambition, we are aiming to contribute to all these areas of access, distribution, and so on. We also aim to promote the exports of content and technologies in the culture and arts. And I didn't say before, but although the market of creative and cultural industries is growing in Portugal, there is still a very significant deficit in terms of imports compared to exports. So why we believe we can achieve this mission? We gathered together a very relevant set of players. So in terms of academic partners, this endeavor is led by Nova University with different faculties involved and different research units, together with University of Évora, University of Minho, and Polytechnic Institute of Leiria. In Nova, I am the Vice Rector for Innovation, and I'm also in charge of a new Institute of Arts and Technology that we are launching in Nova, which is a and interdisciplinary endeavor. Regarding the public sector, we have as founders 5 different Directorate General and organisms from the Ministry of Culture. We have DGPC, which we have here, Património Cultural. DGPC is the main organism that is in charge of protecting and managing cultural heritage, and as in its direct management, 26 national monuments and museums, including several World Heritage monuments. The DG Lab is the governmental agency that is responsible for the public libraries in Portugal and national archives, and is also in charge of the public policy for book industry. DG Arts does the public support for visual and performing arts. So it has a very close proximity with cultural agencies, and it can provide the trend watching and engagement with cultural agents. The National Library of Portugal, BNP, is as the name stands for, the National Library, and it's the greatest, for sure, test bed for digitalization of ancient and classified documents. And last but not least, Cinemateca, which is the National Cinema Museum, and it's very well known in Portugal, and is pioneer also in Europe regarding the conservation and promotion of film heritage. We have as founding partners different corporations and startups. We have NOS, which is of course a leading telecommunications company. We have Vista Alegre, and Vista Alegre is a porcelain, earthenware, and stoneware industrial company, but that also has a very relevant activity in the cultural sector, and different companies like Ticketline, Expectal Tech, Ukubo, Signum, MOG, and Dialogue, that are companies that operate in the cultural and creative sector, and that have a particular interest in the digitalization in this area, and some of them already have very significant developments of technology tools. We also have different external partners that we have already started engaging, for example, like the municipalities that are related with the different poles that I will explain later, and also external partners that we have entered in contact for different types of collaboration. And here I will just emphasize the Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation, that is, as you probably know, has great diversity of museums, programs for performing arts, and many other activities in the cultural and creative sector. So our vision is the CoLab will be a platform for cooperation, and we aim to develop, test, and implement technologies that will address the different needs of the cultural and creative activities. We aim to promote the collaboration between research units, public institutions, private foundations, artistic communities, startups, and medium and large size corporations. So our strategy is to be able to look at the market and enumerate the market needs using normal market analysis tools and sources, but also taking advantage of the fact that we have the public general directorates and organisms of the Ministry of Culture that are in a way in a market, and also the private partners that all of them are in the market by offering services and products in the cultural and creative sector. Based on this market analysis and assessing the different opportunities that arise in the sector, we aim to develop different technological solutions to address these needs. And this will be done together in partnership with the different universities, but also with the private partners that have, many of them, like I explained, digital know-how. We aim to perform different pilot projects in the different areas where we will develop different technologies. And the aim of these pilots is to not only test and validate the different technologies, but also to demonstrate the potential use of these technologies. So they will not only be used as a validation tool, but also as a marketing tool. These different pilots will happen in cooperation with the different public organisms, but also with Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation and other foundations in Portugal and abroad. Not only the pilots will have this type of impact, but also they will have a direct impact, for example, in the public institutions in Portugal by improving the public experience. When we have the technologies developed and validated, we aim to use different models to monetize these developments by looking at the international market. And these different models are the service providing, direct service providing, or the licensing of the different technologies. And this licensing will be, of course, prioritized for the private funding members of the CoLab that have already expressed their interests in co-developing with the CoLab different technological solutions. So we have in the DNA of this CoLab the idea of multidisciplinarity, because we believe that in order to bring real innovation to this sector, we have to have a deep knowledge in the different fields that are involved here. So we need to have people with PhDs in computer science, but also we need to have people with PhDs, masters in art history, anthropology, archaeology, design, and so on. But we also need to have the input from artists and cultural managers. So we will look at the market, like I said before, using different inputs from cultural agents, from different market studies, from our own founding members. And based on these multidisciplinary teams will develop solutions that are innovative from a technological point of view, but that are also innovative from a social scientist and artistic point of view. As outputs, like I said before, we'll have the different technologies, the pilot projects, but also we believe that by developing these technologies, we will allow novel creations to be developed that have a digital basis. Our ecosystem, as any CoLab, our the technology readiness level of our project stands somewhere in the middle between the research centers, the technological development, and the market or the industries. So we have a very strong variety of research centers that are involved, that come from different areas, from computer science, anthropology, art history, design, arts, architecture, landscape, from the different universities involved. All of these research centers are either very good or excellent, with a few exceptions. We have also, and they are also, they have a scale that allow us to interact in different areas. And as a business model, we have in the CoLab different possibilities, like I said before, licensing and service providing, but also we want to be associated with the creation of spin-offs and startups from different business opportunities that will arise from the activities of the CoLab that will, for different reasons, will not be incorporated in the founding members of the CoLab. So in terms of the fluxogram, we have organized the CoLab in 3 verticals, which are the areas that will be directly connected with cultural and creative market. And these areas are heritage, archives and documentation, and artistic creation, and different horizontals that are the different technological knowledge and developments that we need to address. They stand for artificial intelligence, analytics, platform and infrastructural services, and also extended reality environments, including design, game development, 3D, and augmented and virtual reality. To support, we have management and cultural studies and storytelling. Like I said before, and I will go very fast here, in the different areas, we will have pilot projects. Some of these pilot projects have already been identified together with the partners of the project of the CoLab, and also external partners in the 3 different verticals of the CoLab. The work plan is in year 1, between year 0 and year 1, we aim at establishing the legal entity to define concretely the research and innovation agenda, and basically to launch the CoLab and to start hiring the first collaborators. During years 1 to 5, we aim at developing the technologies that are in our research and innovation agenda, using the different collaborators. And after year 5, it's consolidation and sustainability, where we aim to consolidate a business model that does not depend fully on public funding. So in terms of geographic distribution, we will have 4 poles, one in Braga Guimarães, another one in Caldas da Rainha, and another one in Lisbon, and another one in Évora. The headquarters of the CoLab will be in Lisbon, in the new Institute of Arts and Technology in Trafaria in Almada, in a partnership also with the municipality of Almada. So regarding the business plan, the most significant costs are related with human resources and equipment. In terms of equipment that is already guaranteed by different funding sources that the different institutions involved have secured. So the main costs are related with human resources, and for this very ambitious project, we believe that in order to address the required multidisciplinarity, we need to hire above 50 people in year 5, and in year 1, 40 people to form the main teams. So in terms of revenue resources, this is just an estimation by looking at the different opportunities that the market has, but also at a balance on year 5 between the different funding sources of 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. But we believe that this is a very conservative estimation. Finally, in terms of impact, we believe besides the direct employment, that we hope that after these 5 years of consolidation, we can increase the number of direct employment. And we also believe that indirect employment within the founders of the CoLab is going to be higher than that number. We also believe that novel business opportunities will arise from the CoLab, both for the founding members, other companies in Portugal, or for new companies that we aim to nurture in the CoLab spin-offs. And we aim at contributing to decrease the deficit in the cultural and creative industries in Portugal by increasing the exports of cultural assets and services and technologies. And last but not least, there is a strong impact in tourism, and tourism, as you know, is a main contributor to Portuguese GDP. And we believe that by improving the content of the cultural content, we are also contributing to this area. I'd like to thank you for your attention, and of course we are here, the 3 of us, ready for your questions.
Thank you so much. Professor Encarnação.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think in this case, I prepared some questions after reading several times your proposal. I think it's a very relevant proposal, of course, because culture, as you said, plays a key role also in the future of our society, but especially for Portugal, the argument with tourism. And let me start with this. We already have a kick on issues of tourism. Of course, they don't care so much and cannot solve the cultural tourism problem, but they have it on their agenda. Have you talked to these people of the so-called KIPT CoLab? I think.
Well, we know we have a partnership with we are not part of that CoLab Nova, but Évora University is. So we have had a very preliminary interaction to understand what they are doing. They are launching still their activities, and we believe there is a strong potential for interaction with this CoLab, and we have some overlap not in terms of activities, but in terms of partners. Yeah, we believe that it is going to be easy to establish this type of
very
partnership.
Good. Okay. Second question is the geographical distribution. You showed us 4 poles. On the one hand side, one could argue this is good. You cover almost all Portugal. On the other hand, for really scientific collaboration, we all know normally a CoLab should be, mainly has a focus on in one place. So how do you see this as a threat or danger that the work is in the end too not really coordinated and people lose focus because you have too many players at different places, and it's sometimes a long distance, a couple of hours to go there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We believe it's challenging, but we also, and we need to find ways to overcome these challenges. Of course, there's lots of collaboration tools these days, and we have to have in our minds that this is a challenge and that we need to think about it. But we also believe that looking at the different assets that exist in the different parts of the country, it wouldn't make sense to have the people from Lisbon working directly with a museum in Braga or in another place in the north, because there needs to be a very close interaction. And I'm just giving the example of museums. Yeah. And that, as if you see, I didn't have time to show that, but in the proposal that is clear, not all the poles will have activities in the 3 verticals.
I saw, yeah.
But in terms of heritage, for example, we believe that if we're talking about museums, monuments, and there needs to be a close interaction with municipalities and with the museums themselves. So we believe that this is very important. So we understand there are challenges and we need to address them. But in this case, I think it's not artificial.
Next question is about the artifacts you will want to show. Today, it's not so much in the proposal, but you highlighted that you are also looking at film. You have the Cinematica, I think you said. It's a modern museum of films. Let me say or mention, yesterday we had a competing proposal, and the proposal only concentrates on film. One can say this is good because it's more focused. They have more. What is missing in your case is, for instance, the TV stations. They have a very good representative of TV. Could you imagine that in the end you could merge with them because they are special and you have a better global coverage? Of course, this would be a long discussion, but anyway, it would be nice to integrate more of the film part, so the audiovisual part, because they also have streaming channels, and I think TV is also a good teaser for bringing more people to the museum and so on, advertising to go there physically and so on. Yeah,
I think there are synergies, and so I definitely think that we should talk with them. Although I think that our the basis is technological development. So, and this is what puts everything together. So we believe that if we are developing a technology in artificial intelligence, that can be applied to heritage, to audiovisual and so on. So I would say that we would be more of providing technology for this CoLab or interacting closely in co-developing technology. There could be some overlaps in terms of audiovisual, but for example, the presence of Cinemateca is more focused on preserving the heritage and taking advantage of that digitalization of heritage for novel creations than thinking about direct commercial products. I'm not saying that they don't have a commercial perspective. I don't know if Maria wants to add anything on Cinemateca.
Well, we are a little bit under time pressure because Nick will also ask a couple of questions. I switched to another topic and then I stop. This is the management. First question is about funding. You mentioned EIT, KIC. The KIC is now started in culture. I was also involved in founding the EIT, so I know it very well. It's a good scheme, European money. Have you applied? Really, the next deadline is March, I think. Are you involved in the KIC already?
We are working on that. But yeah, we are looking at that and also to other calls. But I wouldn't like to disclose so much on how we are involved because this is still in. But there is an opportunity, and as you know, even if we are part of a proposal that doesn't win, we can always go and participate.
Okay. Second question is about CEO. You mentioned vice deans and vice president, but two people actually. And normally in such a CoLab, we want just one person chairing the whole thing, one boss, so to speak, not two. And also with a title CEO. Was this an error in the written proposal?
I believe we lost for a couple of minutes. Raquel.
No,
Isabel, sorry.
The connection to Raquel seems
she's just trying to get back. Okay, I will switch switch computers, if you don't mind.
Maybe somebody else can ask the question, or Nick can start with formulating his questions.
I'm sorry for this.
Okay.
While we're waiting, perhaps I'll ask my question. You may have to answer it offline, because I think we'll run out of time. But I'll just say I think it's a very worthwhile topic and a good consortium. I quite like your vertical and horizontal way of looking at things. But my question is, do you see the emphasis more on those horizontals, the technologies, or on the softer approaches in the verticals, work packages 1, 2, and 3? And I'd quite be interested in your action plan for those horizontals for work packages 4, 5, and 6. But I imagine you may have to answer those later.
No, if I have time, I can just say that we don't aim to do well whatever is basic research on digital technologies, but we do aim to further develop, for example, technologies in AI for specific purposes. There are some examples in the proposal, and in specific pilot projects, of course, we will have to have a team that will implement these technologies for a specific purpose, and that can then originate a service, or just a technological development can be a service per se, or a technology per se. But we expect that the main market connections will be in the verticals.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One question we must ask, because there is a difficulty maybe with the funding, the base funding. The question is, there are some representative of the Ministry of Culture here, you said in the conversation, and is there a support? Let's suppose that for some reason FCT doesn't get the necessary money for the base funding from European Union. Would there be a substitute? So I think it's a very good CoLab, but would it fail if the FCT cannot pay? But is there support of other ministries? You mentioned that the cultural ministry is very much behind it.
I don't know if Maria wants to answer specifically this question.
Yes, hello. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I can address that specifically. So currently, the Ministry of Culture is investing in digitalization alone from the Resilience and Recuperation Program of EU, around 93 million. This is something that's going to be invested in the next 4 years. So yes, there's a lot of funding coming to digitalization from the Ministry of Culture. I can say that. Also, all the government agencies that are a part of this CoLab are looking into the new cluster of Horizon Europe focused on creative industries, yes, and also new European Bauhaus funding that's coming towards creative activities. Yes. So we're actually very active in looking for diverse financing sources.
So in the worst case, you need the label, but not the FCT-based funding. That's my understanding. In the worst case, you could survive without this. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we would have to redo the business plan, and we would have to accelerate the service provision, the development of services, not only for Ministry of Culture, but also for any other market. Yes. But I think that with this consortium, we can, and we are already looking at that. We can access a very diverse type of funding for our activities.
Can you answer the question on the CEO, the question that Wolfgang Walzer put?
Sorry?
Can you please answer the question on the CEO that Wolfgang Walzer has formulated?
I didn't hear the question.
The question was that in the proposal, there are 2 people mentioned, not as CEO, but as vice leaders. So a duo of 2 people, and we want only one normally in a CoLab, because we see the danger with 2 people, there's not a real boss.
Yeah, that's more of that's something that needs to be discussed and validated, and that is also based on our experience in other CoLabs on making sure that people have a diversity of skills and if not, sometimes I'm not saying that they would be equally they would have an equal position, but there could be some
okay. If you agree on the principle, we don't need the names. I think that was a misunderstanding in the proposal. It's more important that you say in the long run, let's say after 1 year later, we want to have a CEO, and then you can decide. Of course, some people, and I understand you that you want to do this. If you agree, one CEO, and you don't have to name it now. Okay.
Okay.
In Portuguese, we also say, numa carroça só há puxão.
Yeah, I think it was maybe the way we wrote it. That's not what we aim to say, that we would have two people in the same position. Rather than if the CEO doesn't have, for example, all the financial skills that are required, we may hire somebody that will answer to the CEO.
Yes. Okay. We have more questions, but Nick,
I have another question if there's time.
There's 1 minute. Quick question, quick answer.
I'll be very quick. Could you clarify the private investments? You talk about quotas and annual fees. How much money do you think you will really get?
Yeah, that's what we have agreed so far was in 100,000 of the initial investment. And then of course the quotas would have to be defined. So that is an estimation, and it will depend also on the number of partners. What I'd like to emphasize is that the main investment of the different partners, we believe it's going to be in the joint development, where we will not have to, the CoLab will not have to have the full expenses, because there are interests from some partners on having co-development and having, of course, a co-ownership of what is developed. But I don't know if Pedro wants to. No, we don't have much time, and also we don't have many conditions here now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We had a bit of a rough start, but everything was just worked out well. So you will receive further comments from the panel, and you can further develop on any issue that you feel should be developed. Okay, so we will be back at 10:20. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So see you in a while. Thank you so much. Morning.
Good morning. Yeah, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning, everybody.
Who will be presenting?
Mario Kessa.
Okay. So, all right, you are sharing, you will be sharing your screen. At the moment, we can see your laptop. Now, okay, now we have the presentation.
You can see the presentation now?
Yes. So,
okay.
When you're ready.
Go.
Okay, can I get going then?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, good morning, everybody. My name is Mario Chiesa. I'm with Nova. I'm the Executive Director of Toho, Nova's Hospitality and Tourism Platform. I'm joined here by Professor Paulina Mata from FCT, who will also be doing a chunk of this presentation, and Paulo Amado, who's the Director of Edições do Gosto and also represent the municipality of Oeiras. So without further ado, I would like to thank the panel members and FCT for giving us the opportunity to present our Innov Gastronomy CoLab and give you a little understanding as to where how we got to this proposal. Foremost, because gastronomy is a big contributor to the country's economy. It generates wealth and employment and is also an integral part of the tourism offering. It's actually central to the tourism experience. Gastronomy really reflects locality, authenticity, and today, on top of that, with the pandemic, that's been accelerated. The nutritional aspect of gastronomy has become foremost important. We really see gastronomy as an enormous tool, an enormous asset to display and promote a destination's heritage. And it's that strong crossing between tourism and the gastronomic ecosystem that ultimately led to the partnership between the Oeiras municipality and Nova University to basically create an education and research center within the municipality's larger scope to create a gastronomic hub on its premises. So a few of the trends that will be addressed in the CoLab as well, which I would like to mention, are foremost health. Health because consumers have become more and more conscious and about dietary requirements today. Technology is also a very big enabler to put transparency on gastronomy. Alternative proteins, why? Because within the search of more sustainable products and recipes, research needs to be done as to and conducted as to what could be alternative proteins, alternative ingredients. Sustainability overall, because gastronomy impacts social sustainability, economic sustainability, and obviously environmental sustainability. And last but not least, which is very much linked to the tourism aspect, people are constantly on the search for new experiences. They want to experience new flavors. They want to experience locality, which is a very big trend in tourism, and gastronomy has a foremost important within that. So the hub of Oeiras basically has as an objective to create, as I mentioned, a gastronomic hub, especially to be in line with the European From Farm to Fork strategy. It will be a platform where heritage, science, and health interconnect, and there will be a very, very strong focus on entrepreneurship. And the center will have as an aim to promote the Made in Portugal. So it is within the context of that hub that we said multidisciplinary research is going to play a key role in order to promote innovation and generate disruptive knowledge in gastronomy. We decided to create this CoLab within the larger context of the hub. Which besides this multidisciplinary research will also be touching upon education and will also be an intersectional platform for the gastronomic ecosystem, again, with the scope to promote the Made in Portugal. So the primary motivation of the CoLab is really to address challenges and to offer solutions that can be tested in the market and create value, not only in food products, but also in tourism and gastronomy services. It's also the aim to improve knowledge about gastronomy, about Portuguese gastronomic heritage, and to enable its dissemination, and to be aligned as well with the Farm to Fork strategy. So all of that makes us strongly believe that scientific knowledge applied to gastronomy is really instrumental to achieve these objectives. The gastronomy market needs and opportunities that will be prioritized by the CoLab are the following: identification and valorization of the Portuguese gastronomic heritage, the improvement and innovation of its gastronomic offering, in particular through scientific research, and cater to today's ever-growing requirement of a nutritional balance and also an understanding within the gastronomic offering of that balance. All of that to contribute to Portugal's gastronomic and tourism sustainability, but also its visibility and ultimately its competitiveness. Now, where will the CoLab be located? The CoLab will be located on at the Palacio Flor de Murta, which is on the grounds of the municipality of Oeiras, who has offered these facilities to accommodate the CoLab. This will be very important, not only because it will accommodate physically the researchers, but it will give us the opportunity to do a lot of activities, gastronomic activities, such as events, workshops, trainings, festivals, that are directly interconnected with the objective of the research that will be conducted. And also it will be a premises where services can be offered. So who are we doing this with? We've put together a number of partners. We will be 11 in total. The partners themselves represent really the entire Portuguese territory, and also the gastronomic and tourism ecosystem. We have hospitality players, we have associations representing the professional chefs, we have associations representing small producers, we have obviously the municipality, Nova as an academic partner. So it's really a very, very strong, diverse mix of players in gastronomy and tourism. And we will also be able to count on future partners such as the Portuguese Tourism Board, ARESB, the Association of Restaurants, and a number of other associations that have strongly shown interest to collaborate with our CoLab. So having said that, the CoLab is composed of 5 work packages. The first work package is the management and coordination. That's basically the overall management of the CoLab. It will be in charge of the full execution, including HR, finance, and the operational aspect. This package will be led by the executive director, who will ensure strong interaction between the research teams, and obviously this work plan will also be in charge of the overall annual business plan. The work package number 5, equally very important, is the business development and communication plan. One of the strong beliefs is that this CoLab should be very close to the market and should be a brand by itself. So the creation of a brand, development of a marketing plan, and a business plan that really aims at ongoing opportunities to do customer acquisition are going to be very important and driven by this specific work plan, which will also have a very strong feature, a very strong communication plan. Without further ado, I'd like to pass the word to Paulina, who will be talking to us about the research work plans, which are namely Work Plan 2 on Heritage, on Gastronomic Sciences, Work Plan 3, and Work Plan number 4 on Nutrition and Health. Paulina, please.
Thank you, Mary. The aim of the CoLab research agenda is to help bridge the gap between gastronomy and science, and this by addressing actual trends and challenges and generating knowledge, innovation, and project-based services. The collaboration between gastronomy and science professionals is not usual, and a common initial task is required to establish close connections between these two groups for identification and definition of themes and objectives of joint projects. The work package on heritage aims to produce knowledge about social and cultural aspects of traditional foods practice and consumptions, which is essential for a reflection on its contemporary and future characteristics. The main tasks are identifying and mapping food heritage practice and consumptions, and collecting food-centered life histories and practices. Concerning the gastronomic science work package, it aims to produce to work on the innovation of techniques and ingredients based on traditional Portuguese gastronomy and on scientific knowledge. The main tasks are the development of new food products and techniques with improved quality, compatible with different food restrictions, for example, due to health, ethical, or religious constraints. And also the introduction of novel sustainable ingredients on the dietary habits. This is, for example, seaweeds or other alternative proteins for plant-based diets. The nutritional and health work package will be providing the scientific and educational support and the certification on the nutritional, health, and safety criteria of food offerings. The main tasks are the identification of the glycemic index of traditional Portuguese meals, the food fingerprinting, that is the quantification of health relevant compounds, for example, nutritional substances, but also contaminants, and the characterization of the gut microbiome that is known to be a mediator of the effects of diet on health, and also the evaluation of the impact of the traditional Portuguese food on it. And finally, the evaluation and certification of restaurant meals. There is a strong interconnection between all these tasks and the packages, and this requires information to be shared. Also, food and cooking are complex issues, and although the main research areas are the previously referred, an holistic approach necessarily requires the concurrence of our academic areas and partners. The strong competencies of the Nova Different School, the extensive experience of the CoLab researchers, as well as their close connections with the Portuguese gastronomy ecosystem, are determinant for successful research projects in close cooperation with the market. And apart from the three areas previously referred, the Nova Information Management School will assist in data collection and analysis, and also the Nova School of Business and Economics will assist with new innovative business models. And the partners will contribute with ideas, laboratory development, as well as market tests. The outputs and services will be multiple. For example, publication in scientific journals and professional magazines, communications in scientific and professional conferences, dissemination using digital platforms and social media, innovative techniques, data on glycemic indexes, and the microbiome signature related to Portuguese diet. Market introduction of novel food products, manuals and multimedia materials to provide guidelines for professionals, training activities and consultancy for knowledge and technology transfer. And also quality and nutrition certifications, as referred, optimization of the gastronomic footprint, and food itineraries and contents on their cultural background. As conclusions, you can say that Innov Gastronomy will promote the dialogue between science and gastronomy to pursue innovation and sustainability. Mario, do you want to continue?
Thank you very much, Paulina. Now, a few words on the governance, the management, and the human resources of the CoLab. As you can see on this chart, so basically, there's a general assembly which will be electing an executive board, which will be consisted of four members representing the founding associates. Also, an advisory board will be appointed by that same General Assembly, which will include 6 members that will be external and that will be experts in the fields the CoLab operates, both from a business perspective and a research perspective. The executive director will lead the team. He will have an administrative support, and foremost, he has 2 direct reports, which are the Director of Marketing and Business Development, which will be supported by a communication management and a sales and event coordinator, and a Director of Science, and we want to keep the structure as lean as possible, who will overlook the 3 research units that Paulina mentioned, and it will be a senior researcher that will directly report into that Director of Science. This brings us to 16 full-time equivalents in year 2, and there will also be indirect employment opportunities generated primarily through the events that will be organized, not only on the premises, but also in the territory, consultancy activities and training activities, which will also lead to new indirect employment opportunities. The business plan. The business plan is really based on a number of strong pillars. first of all, a strong multidisciplinary research team that works together in a very interactive way. It's also based on a strong brand, a marketing plan, and a business development plan in the of the strong focus on customer acquisition and proximity to the market. And we want to involve players from really throughout the Portuguese territory, not leaving anybody behind, and really exploring and leveraging that regional diversity throughout the country. Also, the diversity of the founding members, and the ambition is obviously to internationalize Portuguese gastronomic heritage. Who will be our customers? Our customers will be, for as far as the public is concerned, those that have a vested interest to showcase gastronomy as an asset to attract tourism. So we're talking regions, the National Tourism Board, territories, municipalities. For as far as the private sector is concerned, we're talking primarily about food producers and consortia, but also food service providers and agents that operate in the tourism ecosystem that also have a vested interest to use and leverage gastronomy as an asset to promote their activities and destination. So the services that will consequently be used will be offered will be consultancy, professional training, and quality and certification, which is obviously strongly linked to the nutritional aspect of the CoLab. So this will be our main revenue streams. The financial plan, for as far as the income is concerned, will be based on a part that is base funding, grants and R&D, and Nova has a very good track record in obtaining those grants as well, and services, which are the ones that I just mentioned on the previous slide. The costs, the main costs of the CoLab will be, the main cost post, so to say, will be human resources. The idea is to offset the costs and to have a balance in terms of income between base funding, grants, and services by year 5 for each of them to account for 1/3. So we want to grow into that model that in year 5 we have an equal distribution in terms of income stream. And for as far as cost is concerned, it's worthwhile mentioning as well that the initial cost, which you will have seen in the proposal that is the highest cost, is the conversion of the facilities and the equipment provision in year 1, which will be primarily funded by the municipality. So this is just a recap of the HR, and as said before, the main cost will be in the research and development department, which accounts for 60% of the overall. And here you see a synopsis of the financial projections, where you can see that the cash flow will be positive, and the accumulated cash flow amounts to 200,000 after year 5. The bar chart you see on the left-hand side, the blue one, is the conversion of the facilities and the equipment, which is the largest post, but will be offset, as I said, or contributed to by the municipality. And this also shows you the equal distribution we're aiming at in year 5. So having said that, what is really the impact we want to make? Our objective is to impact not only the gastronomic, but obviously also the tourism scene through value creation. We want to contribute to the economic, health, and environmental sustainability, obviously contributing to the United Nations SDG goals. We want to improve through our scientific research the gastronomic offering, the gastronomic supply, and we want to actually safeguard tradition through innovation. We would like to function and have a big impact as an aggregator of 2 sectors which are relatively fragmented, which is tourism and gastronomy. And we want to do that with the objective to pursue internationalization. So we really ultimately, Innov Gastronomy wants to become a national and international reference in gastronomy and tourism. With that said, I would like to thank you and like to say in Portuguese, quem come bem, vive bem, which means who eats well, lives well. Thank you, and we're obviously available for questions now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excellent timing. 2 extra minutes for questions and answers. So, panel.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll like to use up those 2 minutes. Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions initially, and then I'll hand on to some colleagues. So I'm always a very strong advocate of CoLabs working together. And in this particular case, I think there are a number of CoLabs which are very synergistic with what you're trying to achieve here. I'll just list them. There's the Vines and Wines CoLab, then a couple more in the supply chain, Smart Farm and the Food CoLab, and also one on tourism, which is KIPT. So my question is, how will you fit in that environment? And are you already talking to any of those CoLabs?
We haven't been talking to any of those CoLabs, but we're aware, for instance, when you mention smart food and the tourism, those are two CoLabs that were approved recently. I think there's definitely synergies that can be leveraged upon. We here very distinctively focus on gastronomy as a whole, not only on the agricultural bit. We looked at the food CoLab, which is also based out of Portugal, which is primarily focusing on the production and the agricultural aspect, but definitely synergies can be developed with them. For as far as the tourism one is concerned, that one as well has a very strong connotation when it comes to HR, staffing, technology. So again, definitely open to talk to them and see what kind of synergies can be developed. I don't think there is any overlap. I think there's actually synergies to be developed, basically.
I agree, thank you. My second question is, again, I always like CoLabs to be well focused, and I think yours is well focused and, as you say, fits that gap between those other CoLabs. I'm interested, though, in your thoughts on sort of the retail consumption in gastronomy, where people like to cook nice local meals. You're focusing on restaurants and that kind of thing. I'm just interested in your thoughts on, supermarkets and home cooking.
Thank you very much. That's a very good point as well. And one of the things that we will be promoting very heavily within that context, because we're aware, and in particular with the pandemic now, that has become increasingly important because people are spending more time at home cooking, basically, is that we want to create a series of activities on the premises, but also in the field, that incentivize the direct contact with the public when it comes to cooking and convey what actually we are doing from a research point of view, not only to the professionals, but directly to the public as well. So the idea of organizing workshops, which could turn into revenue streams as well, ultimately, is definitely within the scope of this CoLab. Does this answer your question?
Yeah, thank you, very good. Julia?
Yes, thank you very much. I have gone through your proposal, and I think I like it. But I think there are some issues that are concerning me, and I would like to share with you in this case. Okay. The first one is, I'm joining what Nick was saying. I mean, we're talking about gastronomy, but more and more is important the supply chain, and in this case, not only agricultural, but also livestock, fishing, and all that. I mean, it's a mixture, and especially here in Portugal, the connection with other CoLabs, right? So you have focused the research in three main areas: heritage, that is one important thing, gastronomic science, and nutrition and health. And this is particular, I mean, very demanding in equipment and so on. What I see in here, and it's something that I would like to share with you, is you are only proposing from this CoLab to have 16 people from year 2 to year 5, and you say the core team will be composed of 5 members, and you are talking about 5 working packages and 3 main research topics, right? Mm-hmm. So you will have 3 research teams, namely the heritage in work package 2, science in work package 3, nutrition and health work package 4, that will be composed for 1 senior, 1 PhD, and 2 juniors, 1 researchers, and that's all. So I wonder who is doing the research, and if you do have a critical mass to do research in these topics.
Okay, I would like to do a shared answer and have Paulina talking to this point as well, because she is leading more specifically a master in gastronomy as well, and will be able to also address this question. But foremost, for as far as the structure is concerned, we wanted in the beginning to create a CoLab that has very strong ambitions, but is not overdoing it in terms of headcount, because we know we can count on strong support from the partners and from the university itself, and hence why we are allocating 3 persons for as far as work package 3, it's 3 persons plus a technician, as where the other 2 scientific work packages is a total of 3 persons, like you mentioned, a senior and 2 more junior ones. And the idea would be to evaluate within the time frame of those 5 years to see, if there is indeed grounds for increasing, because there's more research to be done, because indeed gastronomy is a very, very, very vast subject that touches upon a lot of things. And when we talk about the food supply, the sustainability aspects, it goes without saying that the more you grow the interest, the more research you do, the more headcount will eventually be required. But ultimately, we want to keep it within the scope of what we mentioned, without overdoing it in terms of researchers. And we believe that in this phase, this would be sufficient. But I'll let Paulina maybe add to it from a scientific point of view, and say as well how the university can support the initiative.
Okay, of course, as you say, there is very few people, but we have referred that human resources is the biggest the money we require the most will be for human resources, and also we have we belong to different research centers, and we can count on people and on equipment from these research centers, and in some situations we can outsource some services. And so we have a big support. It's not just the people that we refer that is involved in this, but it's much bigger, because we have been involved in some research centers that can contribute with equipment, with people, with knowledge. I don't know if I answered. If we answered.
Okay.
May I make a question there? When you say we will get resources from the universities, well, that's always a sentence you can say, but they cannot do everything for free, because they have these people on their payrolls, and if they make them available to you, there must be then some agreement, some deal as a return on investment for the university. So at the end, you cannot say we don't increase the number of human resources because we have the universities helping us out. Because in the business plan, you also then have to see these costs.
The question is for me.
It's for you.
Okay, well.
yes, of course, but our university have services that do work for where you can ask laboratories and analysis laboratories where you can ask for services, and certainly we will pay it, but we don't need the equipment as it is already there. So we don't need to duplicate it because it's already there. Of course, they won't do it for free, but it won't be as expensive as buying our own equipment.
What I was saying is that only with one researcher, I'm a senior, and 2 juniors, you are not doing research. You are just coordinating research. So something
but we will hire other people. These are mainly the people we referred are mainly the people that were involved in the proposal. Then we will hire other people, and I think that what Mario said has information about this.
I think in terms of increasing the headcount beyond what we propose in the plan, and the cost, to your earlier point, as to that is a cost to the university, I think we have a very big opportunity, and obviously we will have to evaluate that as we start to generate and accelerate the generation of revenues within the CoLab, because gastronomy is something that really allows it, and as a result, come up with either revenue streams directly from activities, or accelerate as well the the search for private money that could have an interest in sponsoring certain things that allow us eventually to grow the team as well.
So can I ask just, sorry, Julian, if you have another question, go ahead.
Oh, well, just later on. It's with financing in this case, because you mentioned a lot and you stress a lot quality and certifications services. So this is something that is also important. You need equipment, special equipment, and you need people that is prepared for that. And I don't see these people prepared for that inside the CoLab, because who is going to give these type of things?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, yes. When it comes to that specific aspect, because we've been obviously discussing that with the people that are directly involved and are knowledgeable about that, which is primarily the people also from the medical school. When it comes to the nutritional aspect, services are already offered that could be incorporated in the CoLab, that are not new but could be used through the CoLab to generate revenues. For as far as equipment is concerned, to answer your question, you might have seen that in a certain year there's a bigger chunk of equipment required. That is exactly to address the nutritional aspect, which has to do with the analysis, is equipment related to the analysis of chemical components. So we are taking that into consideration, that on the one hand we have, such as Paulina mentioned as well, a number of people, a number of equipments already in place within the premises of our university that could be deployed. But in the future years, we will have to increment that, and hence why we budgeted as well for equipment, for instance, specifically related to nutrition and certification. And again, we are absolutely not excluding, because this is obviously a CoLab proposal, but we are absolutely not excluding the search for additional sponsors to make certain things possible, be it through the partners also on the premises of the municipality, which has a lot of corporations present on the territory that could definitely assist us with that.
So we know that FCT cannot guarantee any funding to go along with a CoLab label. How would that affect you if you couldn't get that base funding from FCT immediately? Would the municipality's investment and the other things enable you to proceed for a year or more?
Yeah, well, to put a specific timeline of it is obviously not so easy, but to answer your question, yes, the aim would be to accelerate the offering of services, to accelerate the search for what we already had in mind, and as I mentioned, additional sponsors that could allow some seed capital to get through that first 6 months or a year. But it goes without saying that the base funding is important to cover the headcount. So if we don't have it from scratch, we're going to have to get creative through the services, through finding additional sponsors. But I think it is doable, maybe at a smaller scale in the beginning, obviously, because it's a dog that bites its own tail, to implement activities that allow for revenue streams and to accelerate the search for private companies that could sort of provide us with monies to get through that period prior to the base funding coming in.
And can I ask, in the central hub, in the Palacio, what's the look and feel of that? Does that have laboratories for doing the testing, sort of testing experimental kitchens, that kind of thing?
Yeah, well, what will happen is that we made a full assessment of the premises together with the people from the municipality, put a detailed cost plan together as to what it would imply to convert it into a facility with proper equipment, with proper facilities as well to organize events. All of that has been budgeted for, and that was one of the things that was agreed upon when we started working on this proposal, was that would be in large parts taken care of by the municipality. So the answer is yes. We will be able to start in a facility that is not a ruin, but a very well-equipped facility from both a research perspective and so to say an activity perspective.
Okay.
There's only one question. How much money are you asking to FCT this month at this stage? Is 3.7 million euros?
I think roughly accumulated. Let me get back to the numbers. Yeah, it's around that number. Hold on for a second.
While you're looking, a final question for me is the international context. Is there anywhere else in Europe that you see as an example of trying to do anything like what you're proposing here? anywhere
Well,
else?
when we did the benchmarking, more than CoLab, we looked at culinary centers such as the Best Culinary Center, which is a reference in Europe. Then we have organizations like the Slow Food Organization in Italy, the commercial aspects of that, Italy, for instance. And we sort of put that together and said there is a tremendous opportunity here because creating visibility for the country through gastronomy is something that a lot of countries are doing. I think there's a lot of uncovered and untapped territory we think that there's a lot of untapped territory when it comes to Portuguese gastronomy, and that's what we really want to exploit. So we looked into what was successful abroad, and it is a clear vision that gastronomy should be a very large asset and contributor to attract tourism within Portugal, and that we still have a lot of opportunity to tap into an incredible wealth that is not known internationally.
We are at the very last minute, so maybe the next conversation will be through digital means.
Yeah, a very last question. It's a short answer. I have not read.
Yes or no, very fast.
Yeah, I have not read the proposal, but how many Michelin stars will you have in 5 years?
Well, the aim is not only to have Michelin stars. I can't answer that question. So we have a mix of people that already have stars that will be collaborating, but the aim is not just to have stars. The aim is really to put Portuguese gastronomy on the map, with or without stars.
Very good.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was a very nice talk and fruitful discussion. So I thank you all for this period here. We will now make a break, 15 minutes, and the panel will be back at 11:10 for the next session.
Thank you all very much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
welcome remarks.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let's change my name.
Morning. Morning. Morning, Julian. Morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, Julian.
Who will be presenting?
It's me. It's myself, José Leal.
All right. So we will now move to the second part of our morning with the collaborative laboratory for the development and translation of innovative diagnostic solutions.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can see your screen. You just, exactly, now it's, yeah, it's full screen with your presentation.
Okay,
when
so
you feel ready.
I'll start now. So thank you very much for the opportunity to presenting this proposal for InnovDX, a CoLab focusing on development of novel diagnostics. I'm José Leal. I'm the CEO of a company that develops innovative diagnostics for cancer, and I'm also the Vice President of the Portuguese Bioindustry Association. And I'm joined by Elder from Nova University, the Innovation section.
There is some background noise, I believe, coming from your side.
Doing our best. Tell them to be quiet.
Good morning to everyone.
Shall I continue or shall I wait?
Good morning. So I wonder
There
whether
seems to be an alternate.
Can you understand from where the background exactly comes from?
Probably it's the YouTube, from the YouTube channel. Probably you have to.
Oh, yeah, exactly. It's the YouTube channel. You need to close the browser.
Good morning. Morning. Morning, guys.
So everybody is muted to the exception of. All right, now it's solved. Great. So we'll start over, no problem.
A second. I lost my presentation. Give me just a second to find it. Okay. Can you see my presentation? Can you see my screen now?
Yep.
So shall I start again?
Yes.
So good morning. Thank you for the opportunity of presenting InnovDX, proposal for a CoLab focused on new IPDs. I'm presenting. My name is José Leal. I'm the CEO of Ophiomics, a company that develops IPD, innovative diagnostics, and also the Vice President of the Portuguese Bioindustries Association. And I'm joined by Elder Lopes from Nova Innovation. Okay, so in a nutshell, what we propose is a co-development institution dedicated to innovation in in vitro diagnostic medical devices, meeting, and this is very important, clear and validated medical and industrial needs. What this CoLab will do is to enable technology transfer rooted on co-creation activities, support technical and financial risk reduction, support the creation of a value chain for IVD innovation, and support companies to develop exportable products and services, and finally contributing to making Portugal attractive partners to national and international IVD companies. I just may highlight something that we actually simplified the presentation that you received, so this is going to be, the slides are going to be slightly different. Okay, so what this CoLab will contribute to is in the long term to support the vision of turning Portugal into a net explorer of innovative goods and services for the global diagnostics industry. Now, I want to start saying that we start with very concrete objectives, not just doing stuff and improving and so on, but we want to achieve very concrete objectives within the 5 years. And I'm actually going to list them now, which is to develop 30 new IVD ideas from TRL1 that are in academia into proof of principle prototyped, so TRL4 results, and that are suitable for IP protection and licensing. To develop at least 10 challenges from industry into prototypes and proofs of principle studies that industry can take into to do industrialize and take to market. to license at least 5 prototypes of tests for industrial development, create at least 25 direct jobs, mostly highly specialized, and lead creation of at least 20 high-value jobs in companies supporting the CoLab, support at least 5 spin-off companies being created from these TRL1 ideas, and attract at least 5 million additional investment to the CoLab. And why are we focusing on this, and why do you think this is possible? Because nowadays everybody knows about in vitro diagnostics. Everybody knows about, because of COVID, knows about PCR and lateral flow tests and ELISAs and so forth. But in fact, this is 70% of the medical decisions are based on IVD devices. And this is a very large market. It's a direct market of about $85 billion. But it's complemented by additional markets, parallel markets. For example, the manufacturing of components for the IVDs in itself is an independent market of about 12 billion. There's markets for regulatory service and so forth. And there is a changing regulatory landscape in Europe that's going to create opportunities for new companies and needs in existing companies. Now, this is a very mature market that has one specific interesting property, is that there's a continuous need for innovative and new products. So it's a market where there's very fast cycles of innovation, but also where the investment required for new products is much smaller than, for example, pharmaceuticals or new machines, typically within the 5 years, and substantially smaller investments, and obviously creates very high value jobs. Why should Portugal be investing in these? Well, on one hand, we have cutting edge science, namely in the academic institutions proposing this CoLab. But this excellence biomedical research is also complemented by clinical centers operating at the cutting edge of medicine. And this is something I know from personal experience, having run a clinical diagnostics service company, where you find centers in Portugal running the latest diagnostics, the latest therapies, the latest equipment. There's also an untapped pool of talent. So we're talking about hundreds of PhDs trained yearly in Portugal that within the life sciences tend to be underemployed, that join with also the many engineers and business graduates that the country produces. Now, all these excellence is unfortunately very seldom translated into new services and product in the global market. And in this particular domain of the in vitro diagnostics medical device, we're talking about a trade imbalance of hundreds of millions of euros in Portugal. So what InnovDX aims to do is to change this paradigm, and building upon these resources, the cutting edge science and this pool of talent, by basically aligning it into medical, business, and industrial needs to ensure its translation to society. This goal is highly aligned with European and regional agendas. I'm not going to take a lot of time here, but please question me if you want. What we will do exactly is, can basically along 4 major sets of activities. The first one is co-creation, linking scientists, clinicians, entrepreneurs, and industry experts, combined with technology scouting and technology surveying activities. And then technology development that joins, that is organized into 5 vertical axes of molecular biology, immunology, sensors, new enzymes, and data science. And these units are going to be developing and designing and prototyping new tests, running proof of principle experiments, but also running R&D program for IP generation. And in the future, for sustainability, also developing and running industrialization, analytical and clinical validation, and manufacturing services to industry as additional sources of revenue. In parallel, we'll be running business development and funding activities, an aggressive program of co-applications to international funding for new products, running licensing deals, finding service clients, contract research clients, and the promotion of new business through an acceleration program and so forth. And finally, I want to ensure that all these ideas have a facilitated access to market, and we want to do this by organizing the value chains, characterizing markets and means of access to market, and in general, building the notion of a Portuguese medical device brand. So to tell you exactly where we will focus and who will do this, I'm using the TRL scale, that for in vitro diagnostics, for a TRL1, a technology readiness level 1, is typically the discovery of a biomarker of a molecule and the publication of the first publication. We would like these whatever the potential medical devices that come out of here are in TRL9, which for medical devices is reimbursement, meaning that national systems or private insurance are paying for the device. where 8 being market access and regulatory approval. So where the CoLab is going to focus is this transition of going from TRL1 to TRL4, where the test is designed, a prototype is implemented, and the proof of principle in a clinically relevant setting is made, because this is where, at the TRL4, this is where IP makes sense. This is where IP protection makes sense, because this is where companies like my own would be interested in licensing it, and not before, where typically academia stops, which is TRL1. As the CoLab develops its activities, then it will develop more services aimed at moving from TRL5 to 7, more for services to industry, which is industrialization, clinical analytical validation. So who will do this? Well, the ideas are mostly the scientists' ideas, know-how, and technology are coming from a set of excellent academic research institutions from the Nova University Universe. So there's 5 independent research institutions and the Gulbenkian Institute for Science. They will be joined by a clinical partner, a private clinical partner, which is the largest healthcare group in Portugal, that will not only have the clinical teams, but also patients. But I think most importantly is the validation and the promotion of clinical needs, because we need to be aligned with clear clinical needs. And finally, we joined with another 6 companies that bring industrial and market know-how, but most importantly, companies that already decided that they need the technology and products so that they can address global markets. We are supported by the Portuguese Biotechnology Association, particularly in our aim of having a national impact. And also we are in discussions with the municipality of Oeiras that are manifested their interest in getting involved with this CoLab. So what we'll do exactly, we organize the proposal and work package, the CoLab activity in work packages. Work package 1 is very much focused on the co-creation activities and scouting for ideas and technologies in academia, first within the universe of the institutions that are proposing the CoLab, and then later others, and also the conducting of technical surveys. Then we have 5 technology verticals. These are the ones that I already mentioned, but I'm just going to exemplify with the molecular diagnostics. So this is a vertical that will be focused on variations of PCR technologies and next generation sequencing, having the know-how and the technology to run proof of principle experiments, to design and implement prototypes, and also to run their own experiments both in contract research and within the CoLab priorities. These technology verticals will be accompanied by these business development work packages that make sure that this makes financial sense. And then the market access is organized in an independent work package. Now, what the output of this is going to be is basically IP, products, and supporting market readiness for industry, and a set of specialized services for industry, both startups, SMEs, and large companies, but also for academia. And obviously, in terms of societal impact, not only we're talking about creation of qualified jobs, but these products, the individual products, are going to contribute to better health outcomes. Now, health is a very wide domain. We understand from the focus of the companies and the academia involved that we're going to be focused initially on infectious diseases and cancer. There's some interest in autoimmune diseases, and then there might be interest in some other chronic diseases, but we'll try to focus the activity to create critical mass and knowledge and so on. So at this point, you're probably getting a very vague idea, but not a clear idea what exactly we will do. So I'm going to give you 3 examples of what the CoLab could do to create value. If there are more, but I'm just going to give you 3. So the first one is what we call the technology push, in which, for example, from technology scouting, we find TRL1s within the academia. So those results that are in research groups, I'm exemplifying here that the research group within the Nova IGC universe has discovered a novel set of biomarkers for diagnosis of chronic disease. Now, this goes to the board of the CoLab that signals that there is an interest. This because one of the companies, company X, says, you know what, I'm actually be interested in this. And financial terms are discussed here. And the CoLab then has the technology, has the technical know-how to develop a simple ELISA prototype develop the associated analysis algorithm and a simple clinical report. Based on this, the clinical team, a clinical team is identified within our clinical partner. A cohort is identified, so obviously the ethical approval are sought and so forth, and a small cohort is recruited for the validation, after which scientific article can be protected at the same time that IP protection is sought. And we already know that company X is interested in that at this point, we license the IP for its own development. That may or may not be even outsourced to the CoLab for further industrialization. But this, we're talking about a royalty paying licenses. Another example of how the CoLab can act is through market pull approach, where this is where the company approaches the CoLab wishing to have something done. So for example, company Y wishes to have a pharmacogenomics test for liver cancer. This is, by the way, it's my company, and that's what I'm be approaching the CoLab initially for. It asks the CoLab to search for candidate ideas and clinical experts, and the CoLab will do one or two activities. One is a co-creation hackathon to get experts and teams discussing it. And the other one, the data team, will actually do a preliminary meta-analysis to try to figure out what data is out there, can we process it, what type of system would be used, is this a immunology test, is this a genetic test, is this what type of thing. At the end of these, there will be teams of scientists and clinicians, there will be potential cohorts identified, biomarkers and pre-data analysis performed. Based on this, company X signals interest continue developing and either signs a contract research agreement or a co-development agreement, where then it's very similar to the previous one. There will be prototyping, proof of principle, IP, so forth, and then company Y takes it forward to industrialization. And if this is a co-development agreement, then obviously we're talking about royalty paying. Otherwise, it's just an upfront payment of the whole project. Now, the third and last one is about spin-off creation. So I told you that we are that we will build an acceleration program, and we're envisaging situations where, for example, researchers from our academic institutions that have discovered some biomarker, for example, circulating tumor DNA biomarker for GI cancers, they've attended an acceleration program, and because they spoke with experts that have already done this and know the different steps, so sort of they lost the fear and were inspired to create spinoff.com. They agreed with the CoLab terms so that they are going to develop the prototypes and so on. And in the end, and have an exclusive license for spinoff.com that based on these can raise funds for international business angels and so forth, and then pays directly fees to the CoLab and eventually royalties. So, now, the timeline, can discuss it if you want, but we believe that we will be year 2 and 3 mostly be about implementing and developing all these services. And we can discuss this in detail if you want. We obviously have a very clear view about governance and management. The only thing I want to highlight here is this fact that 85% of this CoLab is going to be owned by private companies. In terms of human resources, we will start by hiring 15 people, and we'll increase the team by year 3 to 25 people, of which close to half will be PhD holders. And in terms of cost structure, about close to 70% of these costs that we envisage are human resources. Now, the revenue structure that we are anticipating on year 1 obviously is going to be dominated by the base funding that we expect to be associated with the CoLab funding. But as we develop by year 5, we expect that 74% of the funding comes from from different sources, including 40% from external services and so forth. And just to make it a little bit clear, what type of services and customers are we talking about? I mentioned some. But note that we will be targeting different types of clients. So for example, for the co-creation activities, challenges for the companies, we have as kinds of companies, some healthcare services, but also academic institutions. For acceleration programs, we probably have as clients international business incubators, but also regional authorities wanting to develop specific areas. We will be producing reports as part of our work that will have industrial clients. And obviously, we have the prototyping services, sort of test ideation, prototyping, that will be interested for R&D institutions, but also for companies. So, in the sort of medium to long term, this CoLab will develop a portfolio of idea development services to be marketed to other academic institutions and industry, an IVD acceleration program in collaboration with industrial association regions supporting new business and tech transfer, a portfolio of technical services to be marketed to product-based IVD companies, which wish to de-risk and outsource their early-stage innovation. And this is a nuance, but it's very important because of this changing regulatory landscape. A portfolio of technical services to be marketed to service-based diagnostics companies that have their own what's called laboratory developed tests, that the current, this new regulation coming to being requires now a lot of validation services. And finally, a portfolio of reagents and components for IVDs that can support and the licensing, the development and growth of manufacturing capability in Portugal. So, and this is my last slide, I accept this is a slide full of cliches, but we believe in them. So we want to be the interface technology center of reference for Southern Europe in the area of vitro diagnosis. While this is built around the Lisbon region ecosystem, we aim at a local impact involving startups, clinical centers, other companies, R&D centers. We're aiming of turning Portugal into an exporter of products and services. And I think most of all, we want to integrate Portugal's industrial and R&D players in the international value chains for IVD diagnostics. That's, I think, the current COVID crisis demonstrated that we are spectators, we are not active participants of this value chain. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. So, Professor Encarnação, you are muted.
Me too. Yes. Yes. Jose.
Yes.
You are muted, Professor Encarnação. Okay.
Jose?
Yes. Good morning.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. As you mentioned, and as you said in your presentation, in vitro diagnostic is a mature market, right? And I see here, and this CoLab in the proposal, I have seen quite a few, say, issues that I would like to clarify with you, right? Because this is a huge market, as you are pointing out, also is a mature market also, and you are pointing to many different, topics in this case. And also in this landscape, there are in the last few years, last year, there are other CoLabs that are dealing with similar topics. So this is something that I would like to clarify with you in this moment. So the CoLab you propose is structured around five major technological verticals, 5 ones, right? All of them independent, because all of them are very huge topics in here in Europe, all over the world. One is the molecular biology, working package 2. The other one is immunoassays, work package 3, new rearrange, another one, number 4, microfluidics, number 5, artificial intelligence and data analytics, number 6, and another 3 more packages, right? So I would like to know, and also these are very broad ones. I don't know in which area you're going to focus more, in the oncological, in the infectious disease, what type of autoimmune disease, or in what area would be nice to have the focus. But I would like to know all these 5 technological start, all of them are in parallel from day one, right? As you are saying but I would like to know, where do you think, being an important topic, where do you think where you are going to be singular in this broad and huge market? Where do you consider you may be at this moment and in year 5 singular in this particular topic?
Okay. So there's many questions there, and you raise many issues. I'll try to be as objective as I possibly can.
Okay.
First of all, about other CoLabs. So you already mentioned that we are focusing on too many, in your opinion, too many things on IVD. So IVD is a huge field. And what I see in the CoLabs is that usually there's one last slide saying, oh, we'll also do diagnostics. And this, I think, says it all. Diagnostics is a very specific field. And in fact, you cannot just treat it as a side idea. And this is the experience I had. So I worked as a scientific director of a business incubator, and and I designed an acceleration services for the company. And it's clear that you cannot translate the knowledge from, say, pharma, from healthcare systems to IVDs. They're all very different. And so that's why we believe that for us to be credible, we need to focus on the IVD. The IVD, what it has in common is the commercial, the end clients, all that they are all basically the same. So it's going to be the same end clients, and they actually represented in our founders as the largest Portuguese in vitro diagnostics company. So the end client is basically the same. Doesn't matter if you're running a PCR kit or an ELISA kit. So this is what they all have in common. Same end clients. I can stop here, but I have
very wide.
Yes.
IVD is very wide. So where are you going to focus in this IVD?
Now, in terms of technologies, so let me start with the disease. So the disease focus is something that when I look at that list of topics, the first reaction I have is this is too much. We need to focus on something. But if we try to focus immediately, say we're only going to do infectious disease and we're not going to do cancer, we're not doing something which is allowing industry and academia to drive where we want to go. So I think that specialization will naturally emerge. What we know is that there's a lot of research, interesting research within the proponents on infectious and cancer, and some on autoimmune disease. So this is and then there's other chronic disease in general, but this is in terms, if you want, in terms of number of institutions, number of projects that we're already aware of, this would be the order. But again, we need to see how, what interest from industry emerges, what projects we find that are likely to be.
By the way, have you identified any R&D center in Europe that is carrying out similar research as you are proposing now?
No, let me try to finish answering the other question before I'll tackle that one. I'm not running away. It's just I don't want to leave unanswered questions. Okay, about technologies. So it's true that immunology, for example, so ELISA, the people that develop ELISA-based tests are not the same people that develop qPCR or NGS-based tests. These completely independent teams. We are aiming to have them all working in parallel and relatively small teams. So we're planning a small team, a seed of about 3 people per lab. But this is something we clearly did not convey, and I want to clarify. So the way what we want to have is a core team that has technical expertise. These are the people that are going to work with the academic teams and with the industrial teams in the development. So the prototyping of something, and this is something, I don't want to go to the trust me here, but it's something I have done multiple times. Okay, a prototyping is something that will require a few months of dedicated work of experts. Not talking, and these are the ones that we want to have in the CoLab, experts.
Okay, well, let's go ahead. Let's go with experts in this case. I mean, you are planning to in the year 5 to have 25 people divided in 8 working packages. 8 very wide ones. The 5th that are technological, very wide. So where are you going to do the research? What type of research are you going to be is going to be done in this CoLab?
Okay. Notice this is very technological development. Okay.
Yes.
So that I want to make it very clear, and then we go about what other institutions are out there. But we're talking about technology development of taking TRL1 to TRL4.
And research.
So this is research. Okay. This is very applied research. It's not translational research because it can actually be applicable to something. It means that there's an idea. Now we're trying to do is create a prototype that can actually work and be licensed and so on. Now the research, the new reagents component is very much the core of what's the internal research of the CoLab, in the sense that identifying new reagents for the IVD that then the other units are going to validate. And then you say, oh, but this idea of developing new reagents is very far-fetched. It's not. So for example, currently, if I want to set up a qPCR-based kit, I need enzymes, and I need to assort these enzymes, and I need buffers, and I need all of that. There's a lot of the reagents that are out there are dominated by a few brands that have IP on specific enzymes with specific properties. So to optimize enzymes, and this is what a new reagent is going to be, for example, new polymerases from deep sea samples that Portugal has invested so much, and it still does not know how to value. So this is what the core of what is the internal research of the CoLab. So I think that then it's more about details, but that's
but maybe I can add something on that question. Julian, thank you for your question.
Put other questions, okay?
Another question first. I've actually 3 questions. The first one is a very minor one. On page 6 of your document, I noticed that you have a publication in 2017 in which already the title COVID-19 is mentioned. Now, I know there's a lot of conspiracy theory that the COVID is coming out of a lab. I don't think you would like to be appointed as Portuguese developers of the COVID vaccine, so I can't understand that publication, to be honest.
That was probably a mistake. That's
the second question I have. If I look to your financials, I see that in the last year, all of a sudden you go from a 300,000 services to much more, actually 7,000.
700.
700.
700.
Is a significant jump. Aren't you there not a little bit too enthusiastic? And the third question I have is, in every city where they have a medical hospital, the largest employer these days are those medical research and those medical hospitals with all the research in it, or at least academic medical hospitals. So I can imagine there is a lot of competition in this world on one side. On the other side, we also know that with DNA and personalized medicine, these diagnostics are also key in finding the right solutions. So I'm a little bit going back to what Jan also asked. Shouldn't you not focus much more, because the competition in the rest of the world will be huge, and only in a niche you can become successful? So these 3 questions I have.
Okay, the first one is I can't find it, but it's obviously a mistake. We were not aware of COVID in 2017. Let that be clear. The second question, it's about the business plan. So futurology, in Excel, everything works wonderfully well. In business plans based on Excel. So yes, there's an ambition, but that ambition is supported by a list of services that we believe we can sell and a list of licenses that we expect to make. And obviously, only towards the end of this period will the first revenues of royalties will start coming in. So this is what is reflecting. That is in addition of services that are increasing, but it will take us time to get to a point where we get royalties.
Yeah, okay.
This is why there seems to be a jump and not just a continuous growth of the services. But again, this is futurology based on Excel, the business plan, and there's a lot of optimism there always. Regarding the different areas, I think it's exactly like my answer is going to be exactly the one as we gave regarding the clinical application areas. If it's going to be cancer, if it's going to be infectious disease, and so on. So we start with 4 areas that we believe have the potential to grow. I think the test of time will tell us which ones, in which ones we can be competitive.
Yeah.
Okay, but I have also one question.
A recommendation, just only one recommendation, just to focus in something, because this is worldwide competition. So you need to be singular in something to be worldwide competition.
Question, Julian, I have one question here. If I look at your financial plan, I could see this CoLab as being a company that does knowledge transfer into development services and products for a certain set of companies. So you take the knowledge of the universities and of the institutes, let's say of the ecosystem from the Uninova, and you transfer them you develop into product, services, and applications. You have a good set of companies, and you have a partner like KUF also on board. why don't you do that on your money? Why do you need public money for that? It's only to protect your risk. So you do it. If it works, it's a good business for you. If it doesn't work, it was not your money. Why do you need public funding? Because you could do that. You have strong companies. You have COOF on board. You have the Uninova with its Eco World. Why do you need a CoLab? Do a company and put your money, and if it succeeds, great for you.
Okay.
Why do you need a CoLab?
Okay, I hope that the fact that we have significant companies is not going to be held against us. But in fact, the idea of developing a company out of this CoLab is something that we've discussed, and it's something that may make sense in a relatively near future. So instead of continue this as just a public institution, in fact, developing it as a company. On day one, it does not make sense because unlike what you said, companies are proposing to invest in this CoLab, both in fees and into building a fund, and then on the specific services that they will be asking and hiring the CoLab to do.
But you are also asking for millions of public money, and you are keeping 85% of the CoLab, of the equity, on your hand.
But it's funny that you accuse other CoLabs of having too much of government participation, and now you're accusing us of the opposite, because that's something I don't understand.
Don't
Yes,
don't turn the words in my mouth. Just try to answer my question.
Okay. The numbers do not make sense in terms of the risk associated with this project, in terms of it as a company, as something that generates profit. And in fact, if you on day one, it may make sense as such on year 3 to 5. So this is something we considered, and that's the conclusions we reached. But I want to insist on something: companies will be investing in multiple ways in this CoLab, and so it's not an issue of saying it's not our money.
But I'm sorry, panel. Just to remind that we have 1 minute, okay?
Yeah, just only one question linked with the financial and business plan is you are asking for the total amount of incomes in 5 years is around 8.8 million, and you are asking for 5 million, something like that, and the associates are putting something like 300,000. Are these the numbers?
Okay, what we computed there is just core funding. What we're not computing there is going to be discussed project by project in which the companies are investing in specific projects. So we have not budgeted that. We're just putting core funding. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so if everybody is in agreement, we have reached the 15 minutes. You will be, so the CoLab will receive further questions from the panel and have the opportunity to clarify anything that is required. So in this way, I would like to thank everybody from InnovDX for their talk and discussion. We will move on again on our next presentation. Thank you so much for everybody's contribution. We will have a small break and we will be back at 11:50. See you soon.
Ik moet over 2 minuten weer aan de slag. Ja. Nou, ik zit vandaag en morgen, of gisteren en vandaag zit ik in die evaluatie van die Portugese instituten. Dus dat loopt de hele tijd door. Ik Tot vanavond 7 uur.
Hello, we are just solving some technical difficulties for the next CoLab. So at any moment soon, we will have the admission. Okay. Okay, Professor Jorge Brandão.
I'm sorry for that.
No problem, it's solved. So we will have now the presentation for DGT ports, digital and green transition for ports and intermodal transport.
Okay.
You may share your screen.
Okay, just a second.
Okay.
Just a second. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you for the opportunity to present the agenda for the CoLab DGT ports, digital and green transformation for maritime and intermodal transport. Sorry, just a little bit of context. So the European Commission 2020 Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy lays basically the foundation for the green and digital transformation in transport sector, in line with the European Green Deal, aiming for a 90% cut in emissions by 2050. This is also very relevant because the transport sector is the second largest source of GHG emissions in the context of the European Union. And this opens new challenges and opportunities for innovative digital transition solutions in this sector. So we have identified basically 3 challenges that should be tackled or dealt with by the CoLab cooperation. The first one is the innovation and digital transition in the ports maritime transport sector. The market of digital transition solutions for the sector is expanding significantly to respond to the vulnerabilities in the sector. We have identified a couple of those vulnerabilities. First of all, the limitation and flexibility that difficulties to adjust quickly from the demand of supply shocks or supply chain ruptures like we just saw in the pandemics. The need for more digital operations. We need more automation, more scalable, and less need for human interaction. That leads, of course, to insufficient digitization that increases costs and makes it difficult to exploit the associated data. And we have to continue the transition from traditional supply chains to omni-channel chains based on e-commerce. The second challenge that we want to deal with is the urgency of the green transition in the sector. I just mentioned the importance that of the transport sector in terms of being the second largest source of GHG emissions in the European Union. The European Commission has approved a set of proposals to make EU transport policies adequate to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And the third challenge is of course, the double transition in maritime ports and intermodal transport. The maritime ports and intermodal sector will face a double transition in the coming years, both digital and ecological. And the digital transition will be a very strong answer for the ecological transition by its contribution in the resolution of the sector's relevance inefficiencies. And in talking about these inefficiencies, The transport assets, ships, containers, railway wagons, trucks, and trailers are highly underutilized, and this has a relevant impact in terms of GHG emissions. About a third of the containers circulate empty, which costs the industry around 20 billion euros a year. And the road haulage sector, it is estimated that more than 20% of lorries travel empty, either as a result of return journeys or idle deliveries. At European Union level, this inefficiency is estimated to represent 124 million tons of CO2 and approximately 160 billion euros of losses for the sector per year. We have international award Portuguese companies that have already proved that innovation and digital transition in this sector can help reduce the emissions of a large volume transport operations by more than 30% via data sharing, digital integration of processes, establishment of collaborative practices and sharing of resources, digital optimization of distribution processes. About this experience of the Portuguese companies, I would stress that the DGT CoLab is led by Marlo. Marlo was recognized by the European Commission as the best European innovation in the IT domain for society for its mixed move transport process digital management platform that supported the double transition, digital and ecological, to a large European industrial operator, reducing 35% logistical costs and 50% CO2 emissions. This platform resulted in a spin-off company with Portuguese founders and operation centers in Portugal, which was recently recognized by Gartner as one of the 10 most promising solutions for the future in the supply chain management area. So our vision is to develop a collaborative laboratory oriented to the challenges of innovation, digital and green transition of maritime ports and intermodal transport. The CoLab DGT Ports proposal is based on the recognition that the partners, private entities of the scientific and technological system in Portugal have among them know-how, technology, and the capabilities to establish a platform for innovation and creation of value-added products and services, access to international markets. We have considered or established 4 main focus themes or work packages. The first is the digital twin of ports and intermodal operations. The second is the data streaming and the big data analytics for maritime and intermodal operations. The third is the development of new models for the management and control of the maritime transport emissions profile. The fourth is much in line with the European Green Deal, and it consists in the development of new digital and green transition applications for the sector. The aim is to develop a set of new specialized and innovative applications that can leverage the value generated by the digital twins, explore the full potential of the big data pool and existing events, and also use the models developed in the previous 3 teams. Looking at in a little bit more detail for each work package and trying to define the goals that we want to achieve with each one of these work packages. The digital twin for maritime transport and multimodal operation. The goal is to develop and demonstrate 2 digital twin concepts that can be used to promote operational and sustainability efficiencies in port, maritime, and intermodal operations. The second work package, data streaming mechanisms. The goal is to design and demonstrate the big data pool of events for maritime and intermodal operations that can be used for fostering efficiency and sustainability gains. And the new models for the management and control of maritime transport emission profile. The goal is basically to develop a well-accepted GHG calculation method for ports. The last one, digital and green transition applications, to develop a set of applications, like I mentioned before, that exploit all the value that can be derived from the digital twins, the big data pool, and also the new models established in the previous work packages. Looking now at the same 4 work packages, but now focus on the outputs of these work packages. The first one is to design and prototype the digital twins demonstrations, one for port environment and another one for real ship operations. Okay. The second work package or focus, see the outputs will be basically the definition of standards for setting up typologies of maritime and multimodal services. For the third one, for the development of new models for the maritime emissions profile, the output would be the integration of meta-ocean and ship performance monitoring stations and the integration of ship monitored data and digital twin. And for the last one, the development of new digital and green transition apps for the sector. Will have the application design, the application prototyping, the demonstration and real operations. That means the application will be demonstrated under real test environments that selected transport, maritime and intermodal stakeholders. We have developed the SWOT analysis in the scope of our proposal, just going briefly through the strengths. The members share a common vision and innovation roadmap. We have the know-how, the technology, and the products to support the dual transition. The CoLab DGT Ports participant companies have international recognition and innovative products. Commitment to innovation demonstrated by the increasing value of investment in R&D. All the organizations involved have collaborations and ties with reference institutions at global level for R&D. We have the participation of awarding companies like I mentioned, Marvel. Many of the companies that integrate the CoLab have already developed commercial channels to export their solutions, so to access easily to the market. And the port communities that we have been reaching and that we are in touch have diverse stakeholders committed to implementing new working tools for the digital and green transition. Regarding the weaknesses, the connection between, we identify as a weakness, the connection between companies and the scientific system institutions, we think is still insufficient. There is limited capacity for economic exploitation of results achieved in academic R&D projects. There is reduced R&D capacity of national industrial enterprises without international recognition. Existing processes still have a strong manual component that makes much more difficult to implement digital tools. And most of the available tools work in very restricted or almost closed circuits, which limits network communication. Opportunities, a substantial increase in the need for digital transition technologies. The pandemic context also have created a need for more digital operations, and the European Commission has approved a set of proposals to make EU transport policies adequate to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And of course, an increasing market need. And in that sense, I would say that the results of the CoLab will be crucial to enable the private organizations to compete in a market that is estimated to be worth $22.2 billion by 2026, and has average annual growth above 11%. The main threats, strong international competition, still high market dominance by large multinational companies, weak development of specialized financial markets, venture capital, business angels, and so on. And the management of the various modes of transport is carried out independently and varies from country to country, so the standardization is very difficult. Also limits availability of skilled workers in the digital area. In terms of human resources, we forecast to hire 27 people within the time frame of the CoLab. 8 holding PhD degrees, 12 masters, and 7 graduates. The management of CoLab DGT Ports will be ensured by a board of directors represented by the participants. Just some information regarding the financial and business numbers that we plan to achieve. Of course, this is considering the investment that we have requested, or that we have asked for in terms of our proposal. And regarding the foreseen and expected potential impact, the CoLab members, DGT Ports, share a common vision for an art and research and innovation agenda with the perspective of developing in Portugal products with high technological potential to be explored in the international market. In a direct way, it is intended that CoLab will contribute to 10 new technological product services in the next 5 years, 25 million euros annual export volumes expected until 2030, 20 direct jobs created during project execution, 75 to 100 direct jobs created by 2030. Also, a target impact of 10 to 15% reduction in the carbon footprint in organizations that use technology derived from CoLab outputs. A substantial contribution for the Port of Aveiro to reach the emission reduction targets of 55% by 2030, and of
5 minutes.
And of course, these achievements will be spread throughout the port community and other ports. So a last slide to justify the leverage of funding that we need. To what extent does CoLab DGT Ports need this incentive from FCT co-funding? The requested funding is very important for the goals we intend to achieve in an area that is rapidly developing internationally. So losing the momentum is the most important point for us that we want to compensate. Losing the momentum could be critical for our companies and the companies and sectors we support. So we need a boost of investment not to lose the race. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we have few more minutes for talking with the panel.
Yes. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think you made clear that this is a very important topic, of course, for Portugal, the ports and the digital and green transformation. You gave a very good motivation. However, I must say I was very disappointed when reading the proposal for CoLab from the point of research. There's almost no research which there normally in such a proposal. There should be the research and innovation agenda, with work packages in research. But what you showed us also in your presentation were only tasks, very practical. I'm not against this. They are needed, of course, at the end. But my question is, could you give 2 or 3 really fundamental research questions which will be addressed in this CoLab? I couldn't find it in the proposal. It was written in a very consulting style, management talk, but no real content.
Yes, I would say, João, I think that João and Antonio are also in the panel.
Yes. Well, regarding the research and the proposal have been written in a very, as you said, more
consulting company.
Consulting, yeah.
But it was not. It was written by us.
Yeah. No, it's maybe due to we are more used to do this, but everything that it's here and the activities and the work package has outputs and projects that we want to do. have to be consolidated by fundamental research, mainly inside the companies and with the aid of the universities. When we are talking about the digital twins and prototypes, gathering prototypes or using the big data, it's just we try to use what is the output for the market, but every output and every product that we are trying to develop here have to be studied by fundamental research, and because of this we have partners here like University of Coimbra and INESC ID.
I know them.
That will aid us in this. Fundamentally, INESC, the department that are with us
can
here,
be also applied. Okay, but it's not listed. You know. There is no. Yeah. There should be a chapter, and this is in all other proposals, where you really lay out the research, whether fundamental or it should be only to drop some keywords. You have many keywords like digital twin, but this is known. Yeah. Digital twin is not research; is a reality. No. Yeah, so this should be done, and I think the university is very good. Coimbra. We have many other CoLabs already at this university, so it should be no problem. But I was also a little bit surprised that 55% of the consortium consists of consulting companies. Maybe this is also reason. I'm not against consulting companies. It's a good business, yeah. But it's a little bit, you know, for CoLab. Normally, you have the application, which are the port authorities, the owners of the containers, and so on. And you need consulting company. But here it's a little bit too much from my point of view. Anyway, this is a problem we have to live with. Second question is,
let me just clarify one thing, because Marvel can be seen as a consulting company, but we are not just consulting. We produce software, and since this is a CoLab that it's going to make a lot of outputs that are software, we are not here as a consultancy, but as a software house that will be developed based on the investigation done either internally or by the university.
I saw your clarification. Yeah, and you have a lot of software engineers.
That's why.
The proposal itself, I must say, I was also a little bit shocked when you look through. It's horrible. I mean, you have on one page, I found the same sentence repeated 3 times, redundancy. Even whole paragraphs on page 6, for instance. A whole paragraph, about 5 lines, are copied to the end of the page again, and so on. I had one example where you have the same paragraph 3 times in the proposal. So the proposal is long enough, but the redundancy is terrible for the reader. Of course, you can correct it. Maybe the final proofreading was done in a very sloppy or fast style. I don't know. Anyway,
it was certainly
fast.
That's the proof that it was not made by a consultant company.
Yeah. Okay. Very important content point. The harbor of Aveiro, which is also in the consortium, is one of the smallest I found. It's the 5th harbor, and one could say, if you have such a big national problem, why do you go to the to such a small port? And that's my question. And then you mentioned Aveiro also for intermodal traffic, and I must say we have a competing CoLab proposal doing intermodality also with your port, but also including rail and truck. Already, and you haven't shown this. So, what about the smallness of the harbor?
Well, the Aveiro was chosen based on the affinities that we have and the other partners with them. I can tell you that Marvel works with all national ports, and it will be very easy to make the demonstrator with the other ports, and that is one thing that we can assure that the outputs of this CoLab can be used in every port, either national or international. I saw yesterday the presentation from the other CoLab. They mentioned in the presentation that Aveiro was there, but then they just showed the logo of Porto of Leixões. Aveiro didn't tell us that it was in the other CoLab.
Okay.
So
We don't have to discuss
answer.
this now. Okay, let's save the time. My last question concerns the new topics. When you look at large harbors, and I know the work of SAP and IBM, you may know it also at Hamburg Harbor, which is one of the major ports in Germany. They use drones, for instance, you didn't mention this, to survey the complete harbor. This is a container harbor. Second, they use autonomous ships, which become more and more to save time and energy. Third, they even use autonomous vehicles to move the container. So three really innovations which are real. You can go there and look at it. It works. And this is missing here. I think only the digital twin is a good idea, but this is already done in many of the CoLabs we have. For instance, very close to you, also at the University of Coimbra, the DTX was one of the first doing this. So I think you also the idea is good. You should be more aggressive in innovation and research. This is my
just a comment regarding that. We were aware of all that technologies. We just didn't want to put them here because of the investment that all of that technologies mean into. But we are aware of that, and then that can be some major outlines in Work Package 3, where we are trying to give the ports a new model, how they can reduce their greenhouse emission with their operation. We are aware of that. We just didn't put it so we can streamline the investment.
Now I would like to hand over to my colleague Hélène Kirchner. They have very good ports in France also.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, related to that questions, I was wondering if you made some benchmarking at the international level, because I think it would be useful to compare, as Wolfgang said already, the two other initiatives which are made in Europe in particular. So it would be nice to have such elements. So you made a situational analysis of needs and current state, but does it cover all Portuguese ports? Is it for small? For all ports, well, you need to have a vision on the current state at the international level, and so I have. Let me ask other questions. I have also difficulty to understand your financial plan. I couldn't read actually. I couldn't find even how much you are asking to
That's in the proposal, right? So this is
yeah. But it's quite difficult to find and to clarify. So we need to have a better version of that. It was not clear either in the financial plan where the revenues are coming from. And okay, so these are questions that have to be clear and obvious in reading the proposal. And finally, do you confirm that the duration that you envision is 3 years for this CoLab?
Let me just answer the first question regarding the benchmark, and I'll hand it over to George. We didn't put here the benchmark, and obviously we think that this, as I said, this CoLab can have their outputs scaled up to even national or international, because we are regarding here problems that are worldwide needed, and Marvel is half Norwegian, half Portuguese, and in Norway we also, and in Portugal we also collaborate with other investigation laboratories like SINTEF, and in the last years we also have collaborated with in other European projects with ports among Europe. So we know what's the state of the art in Valencia, in Rotterdam, or in other European ports. We just didn't put it here in the proposal, being 30-page limit. We know. Now I don't know regarding the business plan, if George can help you.
Well, also regarding the benchmarking that you have mentioned, we know very well the project in Rotterdam and Antwerp and so on. Of course, they are very ambitious projects that what we would like to we are, like João said, aware of the technologies, aware of the paths that we should follow. But again, we have a budget limitation, and of course, many of these technologies that were brought into Rotterdam and Antwerp are very expensive. Of course, that the selection of Aveiro is basically because of the short time, and also because by being a small port, you can present probably easier results or faster results than for a big and complex port like Sines, where we have an excellent relation and cooperation, and a lot of work being done there. Regarding the financial aspect, we just want to present highlight numbers, but in the proposal, I think that we have a fully developed P&L, I think.
Well, I couldn't find it.
Yeah, but let me see if I can.
But well, okay. Maybe it can be answered by email. So.
Oh yes, I can resend it, but it's in the proposal. I just. So we have the
and the duration.
The duration,
the
time frame in terms of the investment is the 3 years that we were considering. Okay, of course that I have presented that table with the achievements and the achievements and the goals that we want to develop will last longer than the 3 years, but then they will continue as a collab or will be spread among the companies that will take them to the market. But we want to be not extended too much the time, so we would like that the 3 years will certainly be able to produce the results that we are trying to achieve and we have presented. Okay.
May I ask a question here? May I just put one short question? But if you say it's for 3 years and then we will see what happens, we will take it out. You're talking about the project, not an entity that is there to continue working. Then you're talking about the project, not about a...
No. The project will go on for 30 years. The CoLab, okay, the institution, the consortium that joined these companies and these R&D institutions is for now is set for 3 years, and we want to, in these 3 years, to develop the goals that were expressed in that table. Okay.
So it's a project.
Yeah. Yes.
So it's a project. It's not. You're not building an institution.
No. It's not. It's something that for now is a set of companies and institutions that are gathered together to develop these goals, take them to the market. If they will take them to the market as a company or or separately, that's still to be decided. João, I don't know if that's okay.
But that's a weak point, because normally in all the other CoLabs, the commitment of the industrial partners is for the whole time. And this is the minimum is 7 years, and 3 years is too short, as Professor Canazao is saying, but maybe this also can be clarified in further discussions. To say something positive, it's I was surprised that you also talk about EBITDA and so on. This is a professional way of talking about a company. Of course, EBIT, is the first proposal we ever had at FCT with EBIT. I was surprised. It's typical business style, but this is a good, I would say it's positive. But the thing with the 3 years is definitely too short. I think this cannot be accepted. Yeah.
But at
again,
least you need to have a vision for the future. I mean, it's acceptable to have a time frame in which you want to achieve what you have proposed. So it's perfectly okay. But you need to describe why you are proposing this project for Portugal, and what happens when the project is finished, if it is not going to be an institution or something more longer. Okay, you have to give the...
If I may,
it's the last minute for the answer. You can use it, but you have 1 minute.
Just to finish. When we were saying that it's 3 years, it was what we put as a time frame that we can focus on the even our investment and what we are talking about here in the CoLab. But obviously, what we want is the CoLab to continue, and that's why we have EBITDA and all the financial forecast for 8 years. We think that from the 3 years onwards, we cannot make a prediction of what could be the funds, but we are using the income of the products. But as you said, all the shareholders here are thinking on this CoLab having success and going on more than the 3 years. Obviously, that we are talking about here of the extraordinary income that we are thinking we can apply with this call that we are making here to FCT.
But João, just to reinforce that, on the slide 13, I think we have the goals that we want to achieve, and they will last longer than the 3 years in terms of reaching the market, the developments of this. We are just talking about how to materialize this in terms of institutions.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I will have to ask that this answer is made by email to the panel because we have reached the 15 minutes. So I would like to thank very much for the presentation and for the discussion.
Thank you.
So we will move forward immediately to the next presentation because we had a short delay. So just to compensate, we will just move immediately to the next CoLab.
Goodbye today.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
So now we will have the CoLab Choice, Consumers in Action, Empowering Society for Food Transition.
Let me rename it again.
When you feel ready, you can share your screen.
Okay, just to rename. So I can start?
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, and before sharing my screen, I would like to begin by thanking the jury members for this chance to share with you the Choice CoLab. In this session, we'll be 3 members of the team. Myself, I'm a biologist and full professor at University of Coimbra. I'm also the scientific coordinator of the proposal. And with me, I will have Paulo Ribeiro. Is a member of the Ser Fundão, which is the proponent entity, and so he's also with me. And Tiago Domingos is an SME owner, and also and a member of the consortium, of course, and also a professor at the Technical University of Lisbon. So the 3 of us. But I will start by sharing my screen. Where is it? Okay. Can you see? Okay. So the introduction, choice, consumers in action, empowering society for food transition. Why this choice? Because I would like to start by a quote of Ursula von der Leyen of the European Commission, which I think is very inspiring for this CoLab. She said, and I fully agree, that becoming the world's first climate neutral continent is the greatest challenge and opportunity of our times. But it will involve taking decisive action now. We are all consumers. We have to be consumers in action, or at least to become consumers in action. So I will present the agenda briefly, from the context and challenges to the vision and strategy, the framework, products and services, governance and management, the business plan, and finally, results and impact. Starting by the context and the challenges and the reason why we've started this establishing this consortium. In fact, it exists already, is a huge network of companies and universities, and we are very much on track. The impact of the food system on global sustainability is undoubtedly one of the major causes of degradation of the environmental systems, from biodiversity, freshwater, oceans, land, and soils. As citizens and mostly as consumers, we are very much aware of the health risks of the food system nowadays. We understand that depending on our diets, we can have better or less better or worse lives, because the diet can represent a risk for our health. More and more consumers are aware of this. On the other hand, we also know that the food system that we have has a huge environmental costs and is increasing the cost of the food system. From greenhouse emissions for cropland use and demanding for more land to improve, to increase the productivity of the farming systems, the water use, the nitrogen application, all these are facts that the consumers are more and more aware of. On the other hand, the transition of this, the green agenda is very demanding and very complex because it is systemic. We cannot, to have smarter food choices, are multi-level. So the transition is extremely demanding for the institutions, for all of us. Reducing the conflict between humanity's requirement for food and the negative impacts of the food production on biodiversity and the environment will not be achieved simply by identifying a single approach to biodiversity-friendly farming. We know that we need to go from the agricultural policies to the landscape management, to the markets, to the farmers' commitment, to societal acceptance and research. And that's one of the major challenges for this CoLab. The major challenge, in fact, was also defined and well defined by, was well defined by the European Green Deal, and especially with the Farm to Fork agenda strategy. As you all know, this agenda that we have to accomplish, at least some of the targets had to be achieved by the end of this decade. We have to go for 50% of reduction on the use of pesticides, 20% of reduction on the use of fertilizers, or the use of antimicrobials. On the other hand, for example, for the case of Portugal, we have to jump from an organic farming systems that are less than 10% to 25%. This is extremely demanding. And that means that we cannot go for these targets alone. The whole system has to push for this agenda. And the problem lies on society, specifically on the incremental awareness regarding the impact on the food system in the environment and the adoption of sustainable, rational, and ecological practices on food consumption and production. Okay. So our vision, the vision and strategy of this CoLab, we want to promote the transition to sustainable and healthier food systems by motivating and empowering the consumers, making informed, healthy, safe, and sustainable choices. We want the consumers to become consumers in action. And this CoLab is prepared on 4 major work packages, from the sustainability of the production of the system itself, to the consumption and healthier food, addressing specifically the consumer, the conservation of cultural heritage and better information, and higher literacy. I would like you to have an idea of the network that we already have established. And this network, so the Fundão, which is the business center of Fundão, it's where the CoLab is going to be physically established, is in the region of Portugal. And we do have more than 600 companies together and producers that are part of this huge network in the center of Portugal that is already working and networking. So this means that we can have an access to a huge network of consumers that can be part of this CoLab. They are already acting in a huge network. So the objectives of the CoLab are, we'll try to briefly resume them. To place the consumers as an active agent of the food transition, to empower consumers for food transition, to achieve a more sustainable production, healthier food, and complying with the objectives of the Farm to Fork agenda. Provide consumers with the opportunity to understand and share perceptions on the quality of what they've been eating or they would like to eat. Share in the transparency environment is a big challenge. We want also to value food products and territories in close association with the consumer's perception of ecological quality, sustainability, and better health, and provide the consumers and the producers with innovative tools. The producers will have an ecological footprint assessment with indicators to adjust to the targets of the Farm to Fork strategy, with emphasis on carbon, GHGs, water, soil, waste, pesticides, and herbicides, which are obviously they are also targets of the Farm to Fork agenda. And we'd like to provide consumers with the opportunity to allocate incentives associated with the purchase of food items in predefined ecological initiatives. In the horizon of 5 to 10 years, that means integrating the consumer regional valuing of products production processes to foster a broad connection to the food system value chain with a sustainable, ecological, and healthier future. To study and evaluate know-how in depth food systems and their central aspects in dimensions, food patterns, food chemistry and security, animal and crops production, impact on One Health. One Health is also a very inspirational agenda for this CoLab. Engaging consumers through changes in their awareness and willingness, and of course, act on transparency of information between producers and consumers, which is key for a real transition to a fully sustainable food system. Choice in the first 5 years will identify 3 major sectors of the central region of Portugal, and those are orchard crops, cheese, and fish or aquaculture in the central region of Portugal. These are going to be the sectors where we are going to invest in the first 5 years, as we do have an extremely powerful and thriving environment in the central region of Portugal. As for the consortium, choice will be based, as I said, at Fundão. It's one of the most wonderful and thriving ecosystems of the agri-food sector of Portugal, and where a particularly productive and innovative environment is thriving. And cheese, fruits, and vegetable and aquaculture will contribute to this value in line with the potential of the territory itself. We have a number of universities, companies, and of course, producers that are together with us in this huge network. As for the framework, I'm probably speeding up a little bit, but just because I want to go in time, and I know that you have lunch waiting for you, all of us. So the proposed work plan is organized in 5 work packages, from the setup, plan and design, the implementation, which is the most critical, of course, aspect of the CoLab, and let's go for 4 work packages, from the production towards sustainable transition, consumers, so value food for healthier nutrition, One Health, micromodulation for sustainable systems in food. And the fourth pillar, empowering consumer and society for food transition. These 4 work packages, let's say, have different targets, and I'm going to summarize because I believe you have the report, and in the report you have also the chance to read better and have better information. But anyway, we will have afterwards a time for questions. But the production and towards sustainable transition, the first work package will go for maps for food systems, environmental footprints, and the guide for innovative and sustainable practices. The work package consumer value food for health and nutrition will go, summarizing again, for analytical methods for bioactive substances, quantification and contamination monitoring, and a new database information. The One Health microbiome modulation for sustainable systems and food security will have as a target a database about microbiomes and human diseases and health conditions. This is critical. More and more, the consumers will have and will want to know what is going on with the microbe world and the connection between the food and our health. This is critical. And empowering consumer and society for food transition. We won't get there without a data infrastructure and without a strong connection, a link between the producers and the consumers. That is strategic to the transition we need. So we'll have an atlas of the region's food system from the demography, the socioeconomic and cultural aspects, and a map for short chains. We believe that is somehow creation of identity and this stronger connection between the producers and the consumers will also be essential to get into smaller food chains and even to promote the e-commerce as a strategy to promote these territories in low density parts of the country. So we have as a governance and management, I believe you also have read it. So very shortly, we'll have a general assembly where all the consortium members will be sit. We have an audit committee, of course, because transparency is critical for this kind of CoLab and for this CoLab specifically. The management board and the scientific business committee and the CEO working with the CoLab. As for the business plan, we would like to start by, you have to call your attention again to the fact that we are going to be set up in the business center of Fundão. That means we'll have some administrative support already established. So for the first year, we want to have 4 researchers, of course, skilled in the kind of competences that we need, for the knowledge we need for to transfer to the system. Before and in the first 4 years, we plan to have to get more 14, and in the end of the five cycle, we want to have 18 researchers. It's an interdisciplinary environment, obviously. So we'll have data managers to biotechnology, so different skills to achieve the goals of the CoLab. And the kind of services that we will provide, I believe you also are aware of them. But anyway, we plan to have some services. I believe we will discuss them afterwards, so I won't lose as much time now. But anyhow, we have a number of, sorry?
5 minutes.
Okay. So, as for the results and impacts of the CoLab, I would like to emphasize in the long term, choice will promote Portugal and CoLab participant entities to increase the growth of the Portuguese economy. Well, actually, this is already ongoing. This is a network. This is already working and working a lot to promote these sectors of the agro-environmental sectors of Portugal. But this impact will only be possible by assembling an operational team of PhDs and other qualified personnel that can actually leverage by the national universities and companies, and they can really push harder this sector in the region where it's going to be set up. In the short term, the sustainable Sustainable and ecological farming, the defense and promotion of cultural heritage, the diffusion of new trends in food consumption, and the creation of skilled jobs, economical and social value. I don't have much time. I would like to just, I know that I don't have much time, but this is an overview of what we think is going to be the results and impacts of this choice CoLab. Sustainable and ecological farming. So we want to address those issues that are extremely relevant to change the system in the production. So less production and operational costs, e.g. organic farming, but not only that, but reducing the targets, reducing pesticides, chemicals, and herbicides and fertilizers. The defense and promotion of cultural heritage. We create a database that allows consumers to know products' root and history from Portugal Central region, a large preservation of our gastronomical heritage, and impulse of youngers to the primary sector is very important. This is very important. The generation of identity that is powerful and as a rational, that can be economically relevant for the country and for the region. The diffusion of new trends in food consumption, new business related to this network, the consumption of local and seasonal products, the creation of a hub, the Consumers in Action Digital Green Hub, combining new food trends and more sustainable and ecological farming, and the impact on the reduction of upstream costs. And lastly, impact in the creation of skilled jobs and economic and social value. New market opportunities and strengthening competitiveness and growth of local, regional, and national companies, and the creation of 20 highly qualified direct jobs, 15 PhDs and 5 masters, and the creation of 50 indirect jobs. Your choice matters. That's probably the most important statement that I'd like to emphasize and to end this. I would like to end this presentation with this message. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Helena. Actually, we have some extra minutes for questions and answers with the panel.
Also, I may start.
And I'm so apologize, but I rushed maybe a little because we don't know if 20 minutes is enough.
I will first with more general question and then go into some detail. The general question is, it's always the same with these proposals. We try to use nice words and buzzwords, and we try to, let's say, the vision as a very nice story. But at the end of the day, things have to be implemented. They have to have something to deliver and to make a contact. So you talk about consumer empowerment. That's great. It's a very good narrative. But I asked them myself, you put the consumer in the middle of all decisions. How do you get the consumer to be involved and in the middle of all decisions? What is the consumer there? And then you talk about the human resources. What kind of academic and technical profile do the human resources have to have to work on consumer empowerment? And so my question at the moment is more on the narrative side. I would like to see if we go behind these nice words, what happens at the implementation stage? Because at the end of the day, the CoLab is supposed to work on the implementation. You are not going to start a new religion. You are not going to say we are the religion of the consumer food empowerment or something like that. Sounds great. Doesn't mean anything to me.
Well, I don't think that is only a beautiful narrative. I don't think so. I fully disagree. I think this is the narrative that we need to implement, and because the planet needs it and we need it. And this is not only a narrative because it's happening. And this is, I'm not going to create, or we are not going to create anything new. We are going to put more energy in an ecosystem that is already thriving, is already working. We already have a number of skills, and this is actually the part of Portugal where even over the crisis, it's where we managed to improve exports of Portugal in the agri-food sector. And that because the system is working. So we are producing, and we are, yes, also the place of Portugal, we have more certified systems, and it's because of the quality that we managed to achieve those targets and those incremental values. What we are proposing here, sorry?
What are the skills? Can you give me what you said, we have the skills. What are the skills?
Okay, the skills you mean for the contracts or from the network?
And you have to know what you mean because you use the word skill.
Okay, I apologize. We have in the consortium, but I don't want to speak. Maybe other colleagues would like to bring, because we are three of us, and I don't want to be also the only one speaking here. But for the skills, we have in the consortium, we have microbiologists, which are extremely needed in order to understand, for example, things like functional foods, new added values for the foods that we are already have, and we are transaction now. We want data scientists, because we need, of course, and that maybe I will share the floor with Tiago. Maybe he can also bring with the expertise, because actually he's already promoting that in the consortium. So maybe I can share with them. Of course, we will need soil scientists. We need marketing people or digital marketing people. So we have a number of skills that are, of course, needed. We need skills of the farming sector itself. Agriculture is now having a lot of new technologies that are relevant in order to promote this sector. So it depending on we plan to have different. Of course, we already have in the consortium a number of programs and projects that are ongoing, and we want to establish in the Fundão this CoLab, because we believe that adding more skills and skilled engineers that are going to help us with working the data, humanity, people from history, because we want to promote the identity of the territories, and because this connection between the consumer and the producer is very important. Consumers nowadays want to know what they are eating and how is it produced. Is it just or not? Are we producing in a just way? Are we paying to the farmers the money we should pay? This kind of context, this kind of information is essential to promote the food system. And this is not a beautiful narrative. In fact, this is the political agenda of the European Union. We are all aiming to reduce fertilizers. How are we going to do that? By replacing fertilizers by biodiversity, for example. This is knowledge. Biodiversity is knowledge that is needed in the farming system. So we want to have biodiversity people, engineers.
I understand, and I don't disagree with most of the things that you are saying. That's the narrative, because at the end of the day, a CoLab is working with solutions, and when you say you have a consumer empowerment. I was trying to understand this CoLab, how is he going to empower the consumer? Is he going to have TV shows on this?
No. We want to have an info. I'm sorry, I apologize.
He's doing a lot of public relations.
No.
On media, because at the end, I'm following in Germany, for example, how they are trying to get people away from eating meat.
I know.
That's not a technological issue. So that's not a technology. They are trying to change minds. So when you talk about the narrative of
Fully
consumer
agree.
empowerment, I was saying,
I would like to explain better. Okay, I'm sorry, maybe I didn't understand. I didn't.
To change a little bit, because what Professor Encarnação is saying, that we are talking about CoLab, not about politics. So we are talking about how to build this CoLab and what is behind that, right? So we do agree, and I do agree with your vision. The question is, when you are going to materialize that, I mean, we need to know how we are going to do that.
Of course.
And in this case, as just a couple of questions, because first, I don't see in this CoLab the consumer. I don't see where the consumer is first. That is one thing. Second, I don't see where the food supply chain. The food supply chain is very, very important. Not only from where it comes, but also the distribution chain, the distribution part. And I don't see here. In here, my question is, have you considered in this case the integration of supermarket chains and logistic chains and things like that? Because it's really, very important. At the end of the day, what the consumer is going to receive is not what the farmer is saying, but it's at the end of the day from where it is going to come, that part. So there is a full chain there that should be considered in this. And I don't see this change in this CoLab.
Okay, let's just to let you know, first of all, the environment where we are going and where we are working now. This Fundão, we have in the said Fundão, the proponent entity, we have more than 600 SMEs. This is a very specific context where we have more than 600 SMEs and producers working with us in this network. This is very important, and it's particularly important for the Portuguese environment and territory. So
that means your CoLab is to support your network.
Yes, that's
what a CoLab is all about.
No. It's the network. Well, of course. No. It's to support the network by sharing, transferring knowledge. And the knowledge is needed. That's why we chose 3 sectors. And I'd like to go back to the distribution sector, because obviously we are concerned with the distribution aspect. But that's why we chose 3 sectors: cheese, aquaculture, because to provide or to promote aquaculture in the freshwater system, and specifically the fruticulture. We chose these sectors because these sectors need investment and knowledge to promote the transition. That's when we produce cheese, and we don't know, especially considering the dimension. Okay, let's go for a specific case. You produce cheese, and you don't have dimension, density. You want to care for how to care for effluents. What do you do with the effluents? You have contamination. You want to care for it. You need knowledge, because you have to promote. Okay, this is one step of the process. But then, of course, you want to sell cheese.
Right. Okay. And I'm quite happy with that, because just you are focusing, because we're talking about food in general, and cultural heritage in general. And I think it's more just to focus and to see what we are going to.
Thank you. Because maybe I was not clear. That's
the point. And considering that, have you considered the possibility to merge with existing CoLabs? Because there are other CoLabs that deal with things and topics that you are just mentioning. For instance, for livestock, there is a food, or there is a CoLab for that. For CoLab for food, there is a CoLab for that, where they are dealing with all these type of things. The type of aquavalor is very much linked with fishing, but I think cultural heritage.
I know. In fact, I was somehow
not in this case, but
I know.
Have you talked about this? Have you considered this possibility, or have you considered this possibility?
Okay, thank you very much for this question, which is extremely relevant. I'm very much aware of the Portuguese system, the CoLabs, and I'm running one of the research units of the country in that area. I know, I'm very much aware. But the point here is a consumer-centered CoLab. This has to be, otherwise, That's why you don't understand.
Well, I have the problem, but I'm sorry. I'm probably difficult to educate. I don't want a psychological tutorial. I don't want a political tutorial. A CoLab wants to produce products, to work on developments and make innovations that develop the market. So the question is, when you say they want to put the consumer in the middle of everything,
yes,
I ask myself as an engineer, what does it mean to me at the end of the day? What do I program? What tools I have to generate? What systems do I have to build?
Okay, I would like to answer that because I think is important, and I think it's important that we all, I mean, at least I have the duty to try to make you understand what is the intention of our CoLab, not my CoLab. That's why I don't know if Tiago, you would like to also, please, please.
Okay, so well, just trying maybe to address this main concern that about what does empowering consumers mean. I think it's maybe important to articulate two issues here. So as Elena has mentioned, there are many agri-food companies involved in the project, and a particular one that I think we should emphasize is the leader of the project, which is Ser Fundão, which has been very successful in creating a brand for the cherry from Fundão and being able to directly connect to the consumers in creating the brand. So this is my first important point, answering something that Julian was saying, which is in the sense that naturally supermarkets, retail, they're very important, but the CoLab has the experience of creating of being capable of creating the scale for having a communication with the consumer. Now, this communication up to now, very successful, has been based essentially on conventional communication associated with the quality of the products and I will now use this as an example. What the CoLab can bring to something like Ser Fundão and also the other companies is build on this communication to something which becomes very rich in terms of the new trends, in terms of nutrition, and the new trends in terms of sustainability. And I would emphasize that in WP 3.4, which is about empowering the consumer and society for food transition, there's the Consumers in Action Digital Green Hub, and there's a series of other actions around that, which is providing the information to allow companies and organizations of producers like Ser Fundão and the others to have this information to persuasively interact with consumers, allowing them to make choices which enable this food transition. So, and it's the CoLab that can do this, because the companies by themselves obviously don't have the know-how to do this. And each specific scientific partner also does not have the capacity to do this because of the integration which is required both from the scientific and the technological side. And this is what the CoLab can do. It can give this scale to that. And it is in that sense, and answering the question about the merger or the possible merger with other CoLabs, the issue is that the other CoLabs are much more focused on the productive side. And there's this uniqueness of this CoLab, which is you generate information which is relevant for the consumers, but this information is associated to changes in the production capacity of the producers. And so this CoLab well, if successful, would be able to combine these two things, which is something which the other CoLabs don't do.
But means that in this case, for instance, this CoLab is overlapping. For instance, what means towards sustainable transition. I mean, you are not going to strengthen that. You are strengthening branding. That is another thing, completely different thing. So you are putting in your research, say, roadmap, things that you are not considering important, or other CoLabs could do. So that is why we are saying why you couldn't merge with other CoLabs and leave that part of the research that they are doing, and then you focus just only in the branding part. And that is very important. I mean, as you are saying, and I agree with that. But it's branding.
May I? You have exactly 1 minute, so you can also further develop with the panel afterwards. Professor Encarnação, I cannot listen to you. I'm sorry.
for the 1 minute, I have a financial question that will stop the other. And for the last 1 minute, one issue. After 5 years, you don't have a financial model, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. You have a model where basically you are only public funded, where you one table six.
Helena, posso responder?
Sim, sim, com certeza.
So, can you say something about the numbers?
May I answer? Yes. Good morning. I'm from Serfundão, Paulo Ribeiro. I listened with some cuts about what happens in 5 years after the financing is not there. To those who know Fundão, they know on the interior of Portugal, they know how we have to make miracles to make things happen. To those who don't know, I invite you to come, especially in May and June, to see our great cherries. We are used to go against all the odds. We have in our DNA.
I'm sorry, you just get really focused on the answer.
Yeah, I'm getting. It's in our DNA. It's very simple. If we have funding, we will make this CoLab to be an example and make it work in the way of supporting our farming industry, etc. If there is no financing, we will make it work the same way. We'll find the funding through the hundreds of farmers and companies we have together in this project. So this is very clear. We are here to stay.
Thank you so much. That was a clear answer.
I'm not on politics.
I have to apologize that I have this ungrateful role of keeping up with the time. So I must appreciate everybody's effort in this morning session. Thank you so much for all the elements from Choice CoLab. We will be back after lunch at 2:05, and the panel will be in contact. Well, the panel will be in contact with the proponents, with the further questions or any that has been pending still from today's session. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey. Bye.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So we will have our last presentation of the day with the Age Tech CoLab, Collaborative Laboratory on Aging Technology.
We should wait until
we need Egbert Jan.
We should wait until he joins.
Oh, you are right. I'm sorry. Julien is here. Yes, he is. Hélène.
Egbert, yeah.
And Egbert is missing. Yeah. So we wait a bit more. That's not the problem.
1 minute. Because he is one of the ones involved strongly with policy.
He seems to have lost connection.
Yeah, he did disconnect. I wonder whether I should send him.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. Send him. Otherwise, we will start just in 1-2 minutes. Try to send him an email saying we're waiting. Huh?
I know he's read this proposal. He did send me some comments earlier.
Yeah, but
yeah.
Let's try to wait a few minutes.
No, that's right. I think he should be here. Yeah, here he is.
Okay, he's just connecting now.
Okay, so he had a dessert.
Okay, now the panel is complete. So when our speaker feels ready, we can start the presentation.
So if you allow me, I will share the screen.
Yes.
Yes. So let me just.
Okay.
Yes, it's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so good afternoon. I know the panel had 2 really busy days, but I would like to do a disclaimer. Unfortunately, I have to do this presentation by home, as today I had to confine myself and a 9-month baby in a section of my house, so I would like to apologize this in advance. And by some noise you may hear as babies, although born in pandemics are not yet responsive to the Zoom protocol. I would also like to tell you that due to personal issues, Pedro Fraga could not be presenting, so we'll have Nuno Reis instead, and we will have also Hugo Paredes from Inesc Tech. So the outline for this presentation will follow the application of the Age-Tech proposal, addressing the scientific and technical relevance, implementation, management, sustainability, and the impact. In 2020, more than 1/5 of the European population was aged 65 and over, with Portugal being above this average, as you see in this graph, and the 4th European country with the highest share. Even more alarming is the rapidly changing ratio between old and younger people that started to change more dramatically last year, with projections showing that this ratio of people aged 65 or above compared to the working age population is expected to increase from around 28% in 2019 to 50 in 2060. And today the news were that last year was a minimum historic minimum for the number of births in Portugal as well. In Portugal, the forecast is not any different. INE projections show a significant increase in the number of older adults in parallel with the contraction of the working age population. This double aging of the country will be translated into a sharp decrease of the potential sustainability ratio, which will happen in less than 30 years from now. This demographic shift will be a reality and that we have to bear in mind. So we need to adapt the society to the needs and expectations of older people that are likely to be different from the ones that we have with our parents and with our grandparents. So we have to consider as well that each person ages differently, as aging is a dynamic and multidimensional process, as we can see in this figure, that also changes throughout generations. Therefore, envisioning these older adults group as the future resident population, we need to anticipate a market-oriented action that responds to their specific and multidimensional needs. But most of all, we have to involve them as source of innovation in the development of products and services that go beyond health. In fact, although some targeted responses are already being taken in the field of health and also involving other CoLabs, important sectors of the silver economy, such as housing, goods, and services, are being left behind. Our current residential, technological, and social solutions are not enough to take care of our older population. And with this double aging of our societies, the current drivers of productivity and economic growth will be put at risk, putting social and healthcare sector under pressure, and obviously with difficulties to ensure sustainability. Our current response is clearly insufficient, incipient, to address these challenges, mainly in areas where platforms and ecosystems play a decisive role. Whereas this population aging is a challenge, it's also an opportunity, as we'll need new and significant amount of products and services that are mainly privately financed by the earnings and savings of older people. Exploiting new market opportunities that tackle this demographic change is also grounded on the importance and the growth forecast of the total consumption for the silver economy in GDP, employment, but also in promoting a decrease in the Europeans' share in world import markets, targeting goods and services to the older population. Therefore, there is here an opportunity to catalyze new internal technological and labor markets. As we saw, older adult consumers are and will be significant players in the economy, and their role will get even bigger. They have both high incomes, but also high needs, with private spending being spread across a wide range of consumption categories, as we see here in this graph. In the private sector, nearly 1/4 of all spending by the silver economy is on housing and utilities, that together with goods and services and furnishing and household account for more expenditure than health. So why aren't we looking strategically into these sectors with an aging perspective? Our Age Tech CoLab will address this major challenge in society by targeting an expanding sector inside the silver economy, by focusing on innovative technological consumer market products designed to embrace all the determinants of active aging under an aging in place paradigm. This will be a privileged market for personalized and tailored interventions that account for the professional experience of these older people and also their spending power. The Age Tech CoLab will create sustainable products and services with high added value in line with the aging in place paradigm that improve the well-being of older people and those who care for them through science and technology. The aging in place refers to the ability of an individual to remain at their homes and communities if they choose to do so. But the challenging of housing is also strongly related with economic and environmental aspects of sustainable aging, as the number of people who potentially may have special housing needs with age is increasing, and developing more residential care services to accommodate this demographic challenge is not either economic or environmentally sustainable. In line with this CoLab, we have adopted an integrated and complex definition of aging in place, considering several levels of intervention ranging from the older adult home and residential living to the community ecosystem. These areas were selected according to the business interest and installed capabilities of our CoLab members. Regarding the older adult, the CoLab will promote the development of products and services focused on the older adult condition and their personal needs, for instance, textiles and clothes with properties to improve task function and comfort for different conditions. Understanding the range of living environments for older adults and the challenges they face by remaining in their homes will allow extending autonomous living, and is critical for designing smart or augmented housing solutions involving, for example, ambient assisted living technologies. Finally, the third vector of aging in place is to improve community living in urban and rural areas. At this level, the CoLab will design solutions that can promote safe and accessible transport throughout life, as mobility is also essential to the independence of older adults. The research and innovation strategy of the CoLab is organized under three orthogonal dimensions: the principles, the life conditions, and thematic areas that I've presented before. The CoLab agenda is oriented by 7 principles that correspond to important perspectives that must be brought to every project and guide the process of creating responsible solutions that are economically viable and promote the well-being of the older population. The life condition dimension divides the older population into 4 groups according to their functional status and living circumstances. These age years represented here are not silos and will serve only to give a landscape based on the probability of someone with a certain age to fall into each group. The CoLab strategic framework of principles, life condition, and thematic areas systematizes the approach of the research team to carry a work plan with 4 working packages. The first 3 working packages are strategic planning services, testing and experimental services, and the National Data Platform on Aging, and are dedicated to the creation of a pool of services to address fundamental needs of any age tech project. Finally, the age tech research and development includes the development of the first vertical innovation ventures, the CoLab key enabling projects. Briefly, in the working package 1, strategic planning services will include focus group, study design and implementation, and will allow to gather opinions, beliefs, and behaviors about age tech goods and services. In working package 2, testing and experimental service will include living labs in private homes and residential homes, and field labs for community and ecosystem solutions. In working package 3, we aim to develop the National Data Platform on Aging. This is a digital platform that collects, organizes, curates, and shares age tech data, and will be in charge of computing resources, data management, analysis, services, and training. Finally, working package 4 regards the age tech research and development. The main objective of this working package is to build consortia to create strong proposals for high added value products and services, to pursue high risk, high reward ideas. And also in this working package 4, we will prioritize research projects such as the 4 key enabling projects that correspond to a selection of the most auspicious ideas and projects that have been identified by the CoLab members in the field. In CAP 1, the CoLab will join the companies from the digital and textile sectors to develop smart clothing solutions with automatic adjusting, for example, for dressing, undressing, and maximum comfort. adjustable joints support to help movement and stand up longer, electronic actuators to aid movement, and functional electrical stimulation arrays to stimulate muscles and help with rehabilitation. CAP2 brings together the software and digital interface members, F3M, Enigma, and Virtual Leap, to improve current cognitive stimulation training tasks towards immersive virtual reality programs that reduce isolation feeling, promote virtual and physical social interaction, and improve cognitive ability, a really important function in this pandemic time. In CAP3, members from the automation and ambient assisted living will pursue a long-sought single unit interface running on the TV for monitoring and controlling all ambient assisted living devices, as well as to communicate with the older adult in a medium is accustomed to use, the TV. Now I will present the implementation, management, and sustainability. This is a classical governance model that includes an executive and an operational level composed by flexible research units to accomplish the goals of the working package. Both working and executive and operational levels have independent consulting bodies. The financial plan has suffered some adjustments from the original proposal as new members were added to this CoLab as the NESC-Tech. We had submitted another budget slide in this presentation, but we are not allowed to share. But we would be happy to share it on the Q&A if the panel allows us to share. But briefly, they both include the revenue sources through CoLab association fees, partnerships, national and international projects, intellectual property patents, with a progressive revenue stream converging to 1/3 of the activity of the HTech CoLab, one-third projects, and 1/3 the basic funding. The cost structure is mainly driven by the costs with human resources that will be qualified researchers, principal, assistant, and junior researchers, PhD level, that will supervise also PhD students together with the researchers from our centers. The HTech CoLab will foresee to have more than 30 PhD students, and master students will also be enrolled. We have already 20 members of the CoLab with committed funding for the year, for the kickoff. But we also know that the expertise of the associates and the potential development of new products and the forecast of the silver economy will ensure sustainability in 5 to 10 years.
So HTech CoLab brings together members from academia, research, industry, and end users in a full innovation and collaboration ecosystem. One of the market key areas is software digital interfaces, providing solutions with enhanced VR for older adults, smart interfaces, and software for management of charities. Contributions from research and academia members for this area include personal trainer, robot, and natural interfaces with several applications, as for example, a medication reminder robot. Next slide, please. 5 minutes. Regarding automation and ambient assisted living, solutions include interfaces for smart TV with gestures, voice, and other devices, as smartphones, smart furniture, namely electric chairs, sofas, beds, and tables. And for this key market area, research and development experience is brought by Inestech and University of Minho. Next slide, please. Functional clothes and fabric finish with hydrophilic and hydrophobic temperature regulation and electronic integrations, relaxing moisturizers as aloe vera, antimicrobial, anti-mosquito, anti-UV, and other retainers are solutions provided under the functional appear partners that include several industrial and research partners. Next slide, please. Finally, regarding housing and manufacturing, the CoLab joins together industrial partners with vast experience in senior housing construction prepared for ASL, high-precision metal components, manufacturers of public kiosks, and large digital interfaces. Next slide, please. CoLab members participate in several national and international networks, as the European Innovation Partnership on Active and Healthy Aging, where Portal for Aging is a reference site. Moreover, the presence of CoLab members in reference EU initiatives as the Cost Action Network Age Friendly is also highly relevant for ensuring the impact of CoLab in the community. Next slide, please. Nuno Reis will now address the potential impact of Age Tech CoLab. Next slide, please.
So we expect this Age Tech to have an impact on three main dimensions: the research and innovation, economic impacts, and social impacts. In what concerns to research and innovation, to identify technology-based solutions to improve general health and well-being of the older adults, design of eco-friendly technologies and communities, to create sustainable age-friendly products and living environments, to define a technology roadmap in aging in Portugal. To economic impact, we would like to emphasize catalyze technological and labor markets relevant to an aging population, reduce social welfare costs, the creation of qualified jobs, and to foster new business models. In what concerns to social impact, improve the quality of life of the older people, to ensure full participation of the older people in the society, to adapt the society to the needs of older population, and new ways of organizing public services, health systems, and social services. Next slide, please. The 8 reasons why Age Tech CoLab will be a successful collaborative association. First of all, exceptional collaborative network. Second, innovative multidisciplinary projects. Third, focus on specific sectors of goods and services for the older population. Fourth, goods and services with a high export potential. The fifth, applying consumer-centered systems thinking to understand the challenges and opportunities of longevity and emerging generational lifestyles. Sixth, highly skilled jobs promoting impactful services. Seventh, sustainable in 5 to 10 years. And finally, enhancing better investment decisions through science-based evidence.
So Portugal will be an European reference in the design and development of age-friendly solutions that build happier communities and a more equal society. So here I have the financial plan. I don't know if the panel allows me to explain it.
I think you have time, yes.
Yes. Okay, so we have to redone the budget. There was an error in the budget, and we also have to accommodate the new entrance of the members. You see here that we have a strong from the revenue streams, a strong commitment at the beginning from FCT, but with time, this is going to, and we have a conservative approach here. So with time, we rely less in the FCT basic funding. In terms of human resources, we have really high qualified human resources at different levels of expertise that will assure that will compose the majority of the costs with this CoLab. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we may start the session with the panel.
Thank you. Very interesting, and I completely agree with you that there's a very visible trend in populations which leads to the opportunities that you're proposing there. And I think it's very interesting that you're focusing on products and services outside of health, which are sort of covered by other things. So there's a real opportunity here. What I would like you to explain, though, is why won't the market simply adjust and take care of it? Why can't industry just invest in this? I don't understand why there needs to be public intervention with funding. There is a great opportunity. Why can't the market just go ahead and meet it?
In terms of the market and the investment in aging, there is a difference in the private and in the public expenditure, and they are really in contrast, as the public expenditure is really a big percentage of the public expenditure is towards health and the care system, which relies less money from the public entities for these new market-oriented actions. In the private industry, so we were able to really, it was easy to convince the partners and the associates to this CoLab, because it's not a niche, it's more than a niche here, to convince them to enter in these proposals. And I think Hugo can add a little bit on his experience with industry. Hugo is from Inestec, that does this interface between academia and industry, so we can add a little bit more on the role of the private partners on this topic.
Yeah, thanks, Adriana. And actually, the transfer of the investment in research that has been made in the last years from the European Union, and the research that's being brought by academia and also from research institutions as Inestec, needs to have a transition from the labs to a product. And I think this is the opportunity, and this collaboration and this strength collaboration between industry and academia in order to make this research as a product and productize the research that has been made in the labs. I think this is one of the key aspects that we want in this CoLab.
I agree, but I can't see why industry wouldn't just do that anyway. Yeah. Why wouldn't it just get on with it? What's stopping them doing it that the CoLab helps?
I think that the CoLab really, a CoLab, its mission really answers to your question, because this is, you have to have a multidisciplinary team. And if you don't have a multidisciplinary team that works all these multidimensional needs and all these these human factors on the product design, you will have a product that will not be adjusted to the person. And we have a lot of wrong and bad technological advancements that didn't work because they were not tested and they are not fit to the person. So we really need a multidisciplinary team with psychologists, with engineers that bring into a common place, which is the CoLab, the design of products that make sense to that segment of the population.
You're right, but the question is, why does it have to be funded by public money? You are completely right, but if the market is emerging in such a way and getting so important, so relevant, such a good business, why cannot industry do it by themselves? You're right with all you said, but why does it have to be public funded?
Also, I think it's a little bit too late, because about 10 years ago, Professor Encarnação and I think we all were involved in such project. It was called Ambient Assisted Living for the elderly. This is more than 10 years. The European Union has spent billions on this. In Germany, we had a complete fair in Frankfurt with over 200 companies and so on. But I must say, the fair is over. The conferences are killed. Why? Because in the end, it did not really fly off. Philips, for instance, was very active. They closed down this. So, and I saw in your proposal, I think it's a good intention, and I think the topic is very relevant. But unfortunately, I have to say, I didn't see anything which was not done already 10 years ago. So the question would be, what is new, so that we see a new chance? Because I agree with you, in the long run, we have to solve the problem. Yeah. But the first attempt, let's say the first wave, was a little bit a failure, I would say. Yeah. Unfortunately, Professor Encarnação, we were involved. Yeah. You edited this book about ambient intelligence and so on. Yeah. More than 10 years, 12 years, I think. Yeah.
This response goes beyond the ambient assisted living technology solutions. And in Portugal, there is also, we don't have this kind of responses. You are comparing Portugal with other countries that really don't have, even for the design of residential houses, there is things being done in Nordic countries that we know that are more efficient than the ones that are really provide assistance to the elder, and they don't work, but we still continue to do this. And I think the public, companies don't take the risk unless they really see the proof of concept. And I think we have to show them the proof of concept in order to put them in the boat and investing on this topic.
But reading your proposal, I still felt that it was rather a lot of technology push. And as an experienced person in dealing with the problems with elderly, my father, for example, I was not allowed to touch his computer to update it because it would change. And that's what I feel a lot with others here in the neighborhood. Mm-hmm. And they ask me a lot because I'm capable to do all the problems with a lawn mowing robot, which needs to have support continuously. But in essence, these elderly people, they don't want to have change. Mm-hmm. They don't want to have new technology. They want to keep a predictable environment. They prefer refurbishing of old equipment much more than buying new equipment. So my feeling was a little bit also in your proposal, you're much technology pushed, whereas it's so important in this area that you really consider what are the real needs of it. And I didn't read much about that in your proposal.
There is, I think that one of the strategical plan may deal with that issue. There is a demographic shift for sure, and this demographic shift will imply people from the silver economy concerns people after the 50s. And we have a better technological acceptance on the 50s than probably on the 85, and their needs are different on the 85 and their roles in the society. On 55 that we proposed in our proposal, they are still in employment. So their needs will be clearly different from the ones with 85 years old. So the idea is really...
there is a difference in age, but I think even the people of now 65 years old, 10 years from now, they don't want to spend money on new technologies, complex technologies. So the market dynamics in the elderly market is so much different than what is used to be in the technology push of all kinds of new technologies. But my question really on your proposal was more on the financial ones. Mm-hmm. What the ambition of all these CoLabs is that at a certain moment they are really funding much more from outside and not continuously from public money. Mm-hmm. What you showed in the document was that even in the 5th year you need more and more FCT money. Mm-hmm. And even in the presentation I saw that even in the years after the 5th year you continue to consume a lot of FCT money. My feeling is a little bit. What is your ambition to continue to live upon leveraging FCT money?
Mm-hmm. So we have a plan B. I didn't present it you without FCT money at all. Probably envisioning a little bit what was presented on the welcome session of this CoLab public presentation. So we forecast our budget with zero money. And we have still a sustainable financial plan by reducing the number of high qualified researchers at year 01. But in the end, we changed from 62% in the plan with FCT to 32% in the plan without FCT. So, which means that assuming our funding from our activities, the CoLab activities, and from competitive grants, we can really assure sustainability from year 0, obviously, cutting human resources, which is which drives the cost structure of this CoLab, but also having, in terms of the working of this CoLab, focusing only on 2 KEPs, 2 key enabling projects, and then moving a little bit further in the future, the other 2.
My feeling is a little bit that You do have a market, a leading market, with the huge share of elderly people, just like Japan. So you do have a leading market. You could be interesting for international parties to do the research in Portugal, also because of the cost level of researchers. So you are in not a bad position to do something, but if you don't focus on getting the private money, you get addicted to public money continuously.
Mm-hmm. It does look to me like that there's enough real market opportunity to get more investment from the private side, and then, in a sense, be able to subsidize that with additional public funding. But it doesn't look to me like you need as much public funding as you are asking for.
That is one thing that we are seeing in Germany, but also in the United States. There is somehow now shifting. The sponsors of applied research in this area are moving to insurances. Insurances are those that at the moment start putting more and more, let's say, market money, because of course for them is a saving costs technology. If they put a lot of technology that they even pay and buy for example, in the ambient assisted living, the biggest sponsors of projects are the insurance already at the moment. And maybe that you could have a look at the, let's say, insurances in the country and in Europe, maybe that they could be interested in joining, because altogether, the vision you have and what you are after is not what we are questioning. That's not the issue, but it's the issue that you, on our opinion, are relying too much on public money. And with public money, it comes from God, but only if God wants. It's a little bit different from market money, because there is tougher to get, but is more reliable.
It's very interesting that you brought up the US example. In terms of the insurance role in the society is completely different from Portugal, although I think that we are moving on that direction. And I think we have to take advantage of that. And actually, we have a financial institution in this CoLab, which is Caixa de Crédito Agrícola, which is a really specific institution directing towards more older population. So that was intentional. And we also looked, and so we didn't, we weren't successful yet, but we think we will, with insurance companies to enter this CoLab. So this will for sure be, and it will be on the agenda of this, the working plan of this CoLab, as we know that even the development of specific insurance and financial products for them could be also a target of this CoLab.
And from my side, a last question, then I pass the word again to Nick and to Egbert-Jan. What about the other CoLabs on aging? Do you see any way to merge, to join, to cooperate?
There is the healthy aging CoLab. The other CoLabs are really targeting their responses into health. Although we have here, aging is a multidimensional process, and physical and health are really a significant part of this process. So the idea is really to be covered this health pillar of the aging process by the other CoLabs and work with them in having a suitable response for this and a more integrated response. Actually, I started the presentation by saying that we have multi-sector responses. So the idea is really to try to have a common response and make some policy and advocacy for this problem.
Thank you very much. We have reached exactly the time for the questions and answers.
Thank you.
So
thank you.
Thank you so much. You have closed the public presentations of the CoLab proposals. We appreciated your talk and the interaction with the panel. In this way, I would like to thank everybody that has been attending these sessions through the streaming, and everybody that was engaged with the panel and with their presentations. Thank you so much. It's like 2 full days, almost 1 day and a half, but quite intensive. So for the panel, I would like to ask, please keep this link running, okay, so that we can, so that you can meet afterwards. And in this way, I'll just.
We are rejoined when.
Sorry, well, maybe we could have a 15 minutes break. Is that okay? Would that work for you, or you want short?